measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If Earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and vegs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat Earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, you'll have to wait till we're live. But speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Barely, J Mels 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon, and a massive special shout out to Level Plain Poem, who's been sending me money every single time she contacts me to let me know that she's writing a new book, which I've been privileged enough to see some of the drafts of, and indeed she's going to be sending me some of her already published poetry books. So big shout out to you, Tam. Really appreciate you contacting me with a demonstration of how there's angels in the world when I'm surrounded generally by monsters. So big shout out to Level Plain Poem. But with that, I'm going to hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
O'clock noon. He calls his friend in the UK. It's 9 o'clock. The sun is just beginning to set. And then he calls his other friend in Sydney, Australia. It's just good morning. The sun is rising. All three of them can see the sun. Then they extrapolated that onto the globe now. And D-Marble was only able to line up Washington and UK. Australia could not be lined up, so you could see the light from it was in the dark. So thus debunking the globe, basically, is what happened there. Okay? So yeah, very good, Danube. Excellent.
Thank you, Jim. You see, easy, simple things debunk everything. It's exactly when you ask Normie, please tell me how you will determine when is the noon. Whenever you are, you have no clock, nothing, just have to decide where is the noon.
Yeah. And the noob said basically that he doesn't accept that the light we see from the moon is the reflection of the sun. And he did his investigation, and this was the result of it. You know, he discovered that the temperatures were different. It couldn't have been from the sun because the temperature should have been higher, and it wasn't, etc., which I agree with 100% because I've been aware of that since 2015. So I understand. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm also planning to do a study on the moon. I will buy a camera very soon, and I will take a picture like every week of the moon. I will try as much as possible to picture the full moon because that will be more useful. Like I will picture every full moon, and I will prove that the moon twist is to 360 degrees, like clockwise.
Yeah,
and
I like these investigations that go on amongst the flat earthers and those who are producing content and putting it on YouTube, and then those who visit servers like this and they bring their findings, because it's another nail in the death coffin of the globe. So I like all that. You know, it might be seen as a feast of nonsense by other people. That's fine, but I always like to say to people, it's important to know why it's impossible. Know why, not just say it's impossible and that's it. Know why it's impossible.
Why is
actually
it
articulate
important?
Yeah, it's not feast of nonsense because I'm not trying to prove a flat Earth with the moon. I'm just interested to learn about the moon, like separately, and then I can prove how they're lying to us about the moon.
Yeah. My point is not to antagonize the those who say that it's a piece of nonsense. No, that's their position, and they're entitled to hold that 100%. And I salute them for holding that position. I don't have any right to poo-poo on that. But for people like me, I like to get into it to explain how it's impossible, because that's the mechanics behind it. And as an engineer, if you have that kind of mechanical mind, you want to do that. You want to break it down, open it up, separate it, and show the anomalies of how it's impossible. I think that's a good thing to be doing. Go ahead.
It's important to prove to people. Why is it important to prove to people?
Oh, well, it's you say it's important to prove to people because when people ask you, okay, then you need to give your best answer. So that's why it's important to give the correct answer and then give them the material that you have so they can do the research for themselves, because the people who have done that research themselves and put out good work need to be accredited and acknowledged. That's why it's important. So you understand where you live on this earth. You only live once.
Okay. So you think it's incumbent upon you, if somebody asks you about the moon, to give them answers? Why?
Absolutely, because that's what I want to do. Of course it is, yeah. If somebody asks me about the moon and I happen to know an answer or two, yeah, of course I'm going to give them those answers or two. If I know it's impossible for them to have gone to the moon, I'm going to give them every facet as to how it is impossible not to go there. And it might start off with Earth is measured flat, we're living on a flat Earth, etc., etc. But that's what I want to do.
Though. What is the moon? That's my question.
Sorry?
What is the moon?
Yeah, my answer to that question is I do not know what that moon is. Haven't been there to confirm any of my theories or ideas. I see what it does. It goes through its phases, but I cannot explain how that happens. So I myself do not know what the moon is.
What's it for? What's its purpose?
Oh, I have no idea what its purpose is.
I think I know the purpose.
64. So I do not know.
I know the purpose. I know the purpose of the moon. I think they were using it to count the days of the month. Like they can use it to know how the month passes, I think.
Well, it's been used to do that. Yes, the calendar. That's a point. Yeah. But what it is, I don't know. I do not know.
Okay, so
it appears to be a rock.
There's an extrapolation of cycles that we use in a time format for the old school lunar cycles for things like pay. Okay. Anything else?
Yeah.
Sorry, all the religious books explain what the sun and the moon is.
Yeah. But it's not anything that I can confirm for sure, except for the cycles that we observe.
The sun and the moon are like the yin and yang. I don't know. That's what I think.
Yeah, I can I'll hold to that as well. Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll support that because it does have that yin and yang. In fact, the yin and yang apparently is meant to be the sun and the moon. Actually, that's what the Chinese have said anyway, and it does look like that. So quite interesting. I'll post an image of what I mean later on. But yeah, they're good questions, Nathan. Did you manage to do the material for your children's home education? Because that's what you were saying yesterday.
Yeah. All good.
Brilliant.
Is someone appealing to the sun, moon, and clock app for yin and yang?
Yes, sounds like it.
I'm not really. I'm just saying that yin and yang does look quite. It looks as if it's replicating what the sun and the moon are doing if they're orbiting above our heads in the way we see it. Yeah, it's quite an interesting association. I'll put it as that.
What's an orbit?
Yeah, and also.
Yeah, a rotating, orbiting above our head. Okay,
and also, you can see the whole world is.
Can you hear me asking something?
The way this world works is split. Sorry?
What's an orbit? Jin used this word orbit. What's that mean?
Oh, what I mean by the circulating, the path at which the sun and the moon take above our head. That's all I mean.
And not orbit.
Well, okay, metaphorically speaking, what I meant was circulating above our head. There you go.
Yeah, and I'm just saying this world is like the way this world works is with duality, like dark and light, male, female, good, bad, cold, hot, like everything you find in nature. It's this duality, and I think it's also the sun and the moon are part of this duality.
Oh my God, what are we talking about here?
Hold on a sec. What is the duality of duality?
Isn't it orbit a 2D shape with reference to the flat Earth?
You're
Sorry?
muffled. If you're on Bluetooth, take it off.
Yeah,
I'm
isn't
asking, orbit, is it 2D shape orbit, like a circle above our heads?
An orbit is very specific. What an orbit is a Keplerian derivation based on angular motion taken from these lights in the sky. And it's used to extrapolate out into heliocentric motion. That's what orbit means.
Yeah, I thought orbit meant to circulate, go around a body, circulating a body, orbiting around a body. That's what I thought. And obviously, Earth isn't a body, so it would be circulating above our head.
Okay, well, yeah, moving around a body, right? That is correct. That's why they calculate using orbits, negative elevation angles of the stars. And they have stars below the horizontal plane of reference that they never measure. They just calculate.
Yeah,
But they
that's
can't
why I
measure.
appreciated the correction from Nathan there in the terminology that I use. So appreciate that. Yeah, I should have said circulating above our head rather than orbiting. So yeah, I've got to be careful because that then evokes heliocentrism if I use the word orbit. So yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, it's just the words used is like just a wording issue. Is no big deal.
Well, no, it is a big deal because, like Nathan would say, if we're in a server where you've got all these globers, they're going to feed off of that. So we don't want to give them something to feed off of. I can appreciate that. So I won't be using orbits. I would have to clearly say circulating above our head, which is what I used to say before. I don't know why I switched to orbit. I used to say circulating. That's what I used to say. I don't know why I flipped back to orbit. It's funny enough. Yeah.
Wait,
Hanging around.
guys. We should not give them those words because orbit is 2D shape. Yeah, just like we don't give them to say up and down, horizontal, vertical, and above.
Yeah. Well, I like to give them horizontal constant in their head. Yeah, give them that, and give it to them in spades and tsunami. Yeah, constant jabbing of the horizontal constant. I'm going to give it to them in the head, but I'm not going to allow them to use it when they're talking about a globe. Yeah, I agree.
Orbit, though,
So that's
so we're clear, it still requires a plane of reference to describe it.
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with
correct.
the word orbit. It just, as long as you know what it means and where it's come from, how it's measured to produce those maths to describe an orbit with, then you're onto a winner. Because like anything that's described or derived from an Earth measurement, in this case angular measurements of lights in sky, then you'll know instinctually, like all measurements of Earth, it requires a flat plane. So if you understand what an orbit is, then you'll understand that it's described from a flat plane. So when they put Earth in motion, in orbital motion, the plane is the plane that runs through, or as I describe it, bifurcates the description of a spherical world. Why? Well, because it's describing the world, if you have it in a pictorial example, with a map plastered onto the protractor that measured the angles in the first instance. Therefore, the line that the world is travelling along, or, as I've just said, bifurcating through that spherical world, is dividing the world in half, and the circle is the equatorial plane. That's where the centre point would have that line of orbital motion attached to. So as long as you understand where the angular derivation comes from, that's to say the measurement of the stars is with respect to the equatorial plane, to then put that plane with the protractor view of a map plastered onto it around the sun, then you instinctually know that that creation comes from the planar measurements of the angles. So you can take the word, so long as you understand what it means, back to its origins of flat Earth measurement.
All roads lead to flat Earth.
Correct. In that case, heliocentric motion at its very core. I've got it on screen now for my audience, just by pure chance. So if you see the angle measurement of the sun, that's with respect to the equatorial plane. If you then took where it says meridian and zenith, this circle or hemisphere, if you will, is what would have the picture of a ball Earth plastered on like a map. But what you're actually doing is drawing the world like it's plastered onto the protractor view, because this center point is where the orbital motion would bifurcate the entirety of a spherical world for it to move along that line in an orbital motion. But the line goes through hell to this center point, because that's where the angle derivations start for the measurements to create that system. So if you understand orbits, you understand how Earth is measured flat for them.
They do be loving their center of mass, don't they?
They like being in hell. That's what when I said a couple of days ago that it's demonic, nay, satanic, that's partially why I use that terminology. All of their derivational inferences of sphericity come from hell. In their world, the center point is what could only be described, if you're a God-fearing Christian, as hell in a heliocentric world. So that's what they've done. That's where their motion derives from. In this case, orbital motion would pass through this point, wouldn't it? Yeah? It passed through this point on a line that the whole entirety of the ball moves around the sun on that line of motion. But the way they've derived that circle of equal elevation in hell is by measuring the surface for this, the altitude angle of, in this case, the sun, which is part and parcel of the heliocentric derivation and measurement. So they're taking angular measurements from a flat plane, producing a map that's plastered onto a projector view, like a protractor view, sorry. So like having this, which is essentially a glorified protractor that you can move through 360 degrees. Then you've got what you can put a map of the world on. You then put an antipodal southern hemisphere along the bottom, and Bob's your uncle. You've got a ball that moves through this center point around the sun. But you need this, the equatorial plane, in the first instance, to derive the angles to create the motion.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty clever how you brought him in hell. It's not by coincidence either. It's kind of strange when you think about it. Everything is coming from the center, which would be hell. Same thing with seismology, right?
Doesn't the moon orbit around the North Pole?
No, in terms of the motion of the orbit for the moon, that also bifurcates Earth from a center point. So you still have a flat plane measuring the angle of the moon to put it in motion around this circle. So instead of this circle having it be bifurcated and then that line that I'm drawing now there be the line that this ball moves around the sun, you just have the moon move around this plane. But in terms of how you derive it, with the same exact elevation angle measurement, but in that case with the moon rather than with the sun. But it's moving around this equatorial plane rather than this equatorial plane moving around the sun. Make sense?
Yeah, but if you
Nathan, are you showing something?
Hold on.
Because I cannot see if you're showing something. Like
No,
where
you
can
can't see
we see?
On the Uncut and After show, if you remember. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so if you use the word orbit, then we have to use it's not just a curved path around a fixed point.
Well, it is. If you're talking about orbital motion around the sun, then the fixed point is at the centre of the presupposed spherical Earth from their perspective. But in terms of where they come up with the measurements to create those calculations, to put it into orbital motion through the center point that I'm pointing out on screen now, you need this flat plane to derive the angles to do so. But the whole...
But if we just looked at it in plain simplistic terms, we could say that our moon orbits the North Pole.
No, because it doesn't. It's not orbiting the North Pole, because that, again, is a contradiction in terms. What's north?
It's a center point.
No, it isn't. That's not what north is.
Well, it's a direction towards a central point.
Right, on a plane.
Correct.
What's a pole?
It's things that young ladies dance around.
In this instance, it's an axis that goes through the center point. But does the moon move around the pole? No, it moves around the center of the flat plane. But why does it? Well, because that's where you've measured it from. It's the other way around. You've measured its motion from the center point of a plane to then take that center point, create the angle view as a map, call that the ball Earth, and then have the moon move around that. But the origin of the movement is its measurement from a plane.
And that plane is the surface, correct?
That's where you're getting the angles to measure it from. So you're measuring it from a flat plane and then transposing the angle tool, in this case a protractor, into the world view, and then having the derivation, that's the calculation of orbital motion in this case for the moon, move around that plane that's then been projected out along the line curve that it is of the protractor itself that measured the angles to the moon.
But the measurements are coming from the surface.
Yeah, you can only measure the measurements from the surface, Neil.
Yeah,
And Nathan,
that's what I'm talking.
Yes.
Nathan, I already have I think a good grasp of these measurements, and I can use them to explain to someone else. But I don't understand perfectly this the hell, the center of Earth that they use, like from hell. Like I don't understand when do they use that and how.
Yeah. Just before
Could
you
you
start,
please
Nathan, I have
explain?
posted an illustration that you're using in the Fed text. So HQ, Queen or whatever, go and have a look. It's in there waiting for you to look at. Sorry, Nathan, carry on.
Yeah, it's just the center point of the equatorial plane, where you derive radial values from. That is the equatorial plane. It's also where they put the axis of rotation for the ball they create with the derivation of the radial value measured from minimum Polaris measurements. But that is the center point. That is the point that they put in motion. So in many ways, when they show you a pizza pie version of the Flat Earth Society world moving around the sun in an orbital motion in a sky vacuum, that in a way is more accurate for their description of their model. Same when they have a pizza pie flying up with water pouring over the top of it. That's far more akin to Einsteinian upward vectors for his 9.8 meters per second. That's what it is. It's a flat disk moving up in his description. Now, I'm not saying that is the world, but I'm just saying that is a more accurate way of describing it. There's two separate things happening when you extrapolate out a world that is plastered onto the protractor view versus the actual usefulness of the measurements. Whenever you're using heliocentric motion, you will always be describing it from hell. You'll be putting yourself inside the ball to describe the angular motion around your position. And then you have an extended view, which is called the celestial plane. That's when they start describing the stars as infinite. Well, that's because you've got an infinite expanse from the angular point inside a globe Earth. So that just makes the view that you're looking at be from hell through the globe Earth, because you're not standing on it, you're standing in it, out to the extended celestial plane and the view of the sky on the protractor you measured it with. What does that mean in reality in terms of how Earth actually is, in terms of how it presents itself? What it means is it's actually a flat ground with a flat sky above you. That's what it actually is in terms of how it's presented, so you can measure it with a protractor, with a perspective view, to then transpose the protractor into a globe Earth.
You're losing them. All they're doing is using the center of Earth because they can't use the surface of their Earth because the surface of their Earth is curved. So they go to the center. They cut it in half and they use the flat plane. But it's actually the surface of Earth. That's all he means when he says to go to hell.
That's where
They
it
cut
starts.
the globe in half.
That's where there's not the cutting the globe in half. It's putting an antipodal southern section on the bottom of the already existent derivation of the minimum Polaris measurement angle, which is on a flat plane to begin with. So they're not cutting it in half. They're introducing the southern section of the maps antipodally to the initial 180 degree protractor view, already with respect to a plane. So did you ever see Thunderfoot when he's trying to explain this? And he's like, well, then you go inside the ball for reasons. Because that's the only way you can describe it.
Yeah. It's still the flat plane. That's the equatorial plane. They need a flat surface. So they go into the center. So just take the top off. Oh, you can cut it in half, whatever you want to say. They're using inside the ball Earth, not the surface, but they are using the surface, which is flat Earth.
Yeah, I search a Google image for the equatorial plane, and it's like a circle plane inside the Earth. It's so funny, like it doesn't make any sense. Like I don't understand how they use that and why they need that.
It makes perfect sense.
You're missing it.
The ball is the protractor that you've measured the angles from. That's all they've done. They've put the points that you measure the angles through for the ground positions up onto the protractor. That's what the globe Earth is.
Exactly.
Oh, I get it. So it's really bullshit. Like it's really doesn't need to do that. Like why they need to do that? Because you're right.
Well,
because their Earth surface is curved.
To solve for epicycles, which then become, what do they call them now? Retrograde motion. So the people who have done this, right, were the greatest minds of their time in terms of out-of-the-box thinking to view the world in this manner, to convert the angles that we see from the ground into the protractor view, to try and make the motions of the heavens function in a way that's explainable. So that you can imagine them being charged with this. How can you explain this to us? And they go, I can't. So they then try and calculate the movement of the heavens. Now, to me, that seems like such an absurd notion. You can derive time, and we have, from those lights in the sky. But is it regular and linear? Well, no. You know, you can't, even now, we still haven't got a perfect transposition into a time construct or concept that we actually use that's one for one with the lights in the sky. If it was, we wouldn't have leap years. But they're charged with trying to find out certain information. One of the things they were trying to find out was when Easter is. Again, to have a good grasp of where the lights will be at a given time means that you derive a concept of time from the lights and then try and understand their motions. Like I say, with mathematicians working on these conceptual views of a world that we don't actually live on, doesn't necessarily mean that those individuals were in any way, shape or form suggesting that that is the world we stand upon when they describe the angles through a protractor view measured from a flat plane and then transpose those ground positions up onto the protractor view and then put that view in a motion around the sun, all in an attempt to explain why certain lights are in one position one night and then when you come back and look at them the following night, they're slightly behind the rest of the stars that they were moving with the night previous. Why? Well, they didn't know. So heliocentrism is the upshot of that conundrum. Well, that, you know, what is it? I keep saying it, by professing themselves wise, they made themselves fools. That's what's happening here. Now, what is it? 500 years later, we've got a literal circumstance where that attempted mathematical explanation to give the church a satisfactory time period for Easter means that we have people believing that we actually live on that surface created by Kepler and Copernicus and, you know, these very, very smart outside of the box thinkers. So I've come full circle. Back when I left the ball, I looked at how the ball was created through the Roman Catholic Church and had a high degree of admiration for the people who did it. You're like, wow, that's really clever. That's very much outside of the box thinking that they've had to do to come up with that model. At some point along the road from then till now, There's people who have realised that there's a way of controlling people through the inference that that is actually the world that you live in. The deceit becomes the norm. Now, I don't know at what point that was. I just think it's just guys. Like when you look at Huygens, right? He's giving it a scale. Well, just because it needs one. Not because I don't think Christian Huygens is some nefarious Satanist that's trying to deceive the world. I think he's just trying to overcome a problem that he sees with the model that they've come up with for the world. And he's like, well, I can solve this problem with an ingenious assumption. Venus is the same size as the radial value we derive for Earth from a flat plane. So be it. And then we have the scale, right? We have the distances, rather. We already had the scale. We just don't have distances from Keplerian motion. And then Huygens gives it us with his ingenious assumption that the transit of Venus, if we assume Venus has the same radial value as Earth, will give us all of the distances. Well, again, would you say Christian Huygens is some nefarious Satanist trying to deceive the world? No. Same goes for Andrew Thomas Young when he's trying to square the circle of refraction. I don't think he's intentionally, in his mind, he's a good guy doing the right thing, and he's, you know, a big old smarty pants. You know what I mean?
Just in case anybody was wondering, the transit is a differential calculation between two transits of celestial items. This requires a flat plane also.
Yeah, you're taking the angular description of both, comparing them to each other, and extrapolating out through the heliocentric derivation that's already in effect by the time Huygens gets to it, and then ascribing the radial value to Venus based on those angular observations, or those angular measurements of a flat Earth. It's utterly pathetic when we break it down. Shame no one's listening to us. I get 10 or 12 people watching my show on the second channel.
Yeah, that's freaking pathetic. It's getting me very upset. What are you going to do? All we could do is share the show. But what they're coming out with now, a lot of ballers are going to seismology because they're supposedly able to predict earthquakes. So they're saying if they could predict earthquakes, then seismology is a real science, and they can measure the molten iron core.
Oh, that's the topic right there.
So that's
very
seismology. That needs a flat plane as well.
Yeah, yes, I agree. But seismology doesn't really predict earthquakes. It just alerts you that one is coming. That's all that's going on there. No prediction. No human being or device can do that.
Do you know what they measure in seismology?
Yeah, they're measuring them. Go ahead.
Motion, waves, isn't it? Waves, I would have thought.
P waves and S waves, yeah.
Waves, that's about it.
They are measuring vertical deviations with respect to the horizontal plane.
Yeah, that's what I said. They need a flat plane for that as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
They really can't go anywhere because any type of measurement they claim to be doing is going to require a horizontal, a flat plane of reference. How else are they going to measure a deviation in anything?
They are going to require the horizontal constant. This is what I'm going to be telling you. The year 2026.
Exactly.
It's the year of the horizontal constant. It's unavoidable. It's as important as the air you breathe.
Yeah, Neil. Pay attention. Damn.
Well, it's as obvious as the air you breathe. Right? I think he's starting the show.
And my comment wasn't aimed at Neil, it was actually aimed at the would-be listeners out there who are listening, who are not aware of that fact. Neil obviously knows. So
That's the way you said it.
yeah, but I meant it towards the people listening, obviously not to Neil, of course, but yeah, well noted.
How are you?
We'll be
How you doing,
too.
everybody? How you doing? Especially in the flip side chat there.
Good evening.
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. We've been going through firstly, the tragedy that is my second channel at the moment in terms of the number of views I get on a premiering stream. So whenever I seem to tune into my Uncut and After show going out to the public for the first time, there might be 10, 12, 15 people, if I'm lucky, watching that show. Now, there's people who are willing to pay for memberships so they can get the Uncut and After show as soon as it's printed. That is to say, as soon as it's got recorded and then been uploaded. If you're a member of Nathan Oakley 1980, you can go and watch it immediately, pretty much. But if you're a member of the public, you can watch it for free on my second channel. It's just hardly anybody does because it's so heavily censored. Now, there's obviously going to be some very delicious content on that particular stream that goes to nobody. It literally reaches hardly anybody. As I say, maybe 10 or 15 people are watching it currently because it's so bleeding heavily censored. But in today's pre-show, we were discussing heliocentric motion in terms of the derivation of flat plane angular measurements to lights in the sky to come up with orbital motion of both the sun and the moon. Now, I was giving fair praise to Kepler and Huygens and Copernicus in terms of their out-of-the-box thinking to take what are, in essence, flat Earth measurements and derivations of radial values with respect to circles of equal elevation, and then project a world onto the protractor that has been used to measure those angles, and then put that view around the sun, or indeed, in the case of the moon around it. But the derivation still requires the initial measurements of a flat Earth for the angles to be produced. And when you can see it borne out in the model after the fact, you see that the transposition of flat to sphere leaves you with a bifurcation of a ball Earth for the orbital motion to move around the sun. In other words, when you're looking at the heliocentric version of a world that we don't actually live on, we would be described as living in, to give it any accuracy of description around the sun, then you're in hell to describe that motion. We were also referencing where Thunderfoot in, I don't know, I'll say recently, it's probably 3 years ago now, described going to hell to describe the orbital motion to make the angles work with respect to the plane that he was measuring. But I think his terminology was something like, and then you go to the middle of the ball Earth because of reasons, or something along those lines. I can't remember exactly what he was using in his language. How did he say it?
He said, and then you convince yourself that the measurements are coming from here.
You convince yourself. God, that's even worse.
Yep.
So yeah, that was an elongated plug for my second channel. So if you're watching this on Nathan Oakley 1980 and you're unaware that I've got a second channel, in the link below this live stream, there is a link to the Nathan Oakley channel. Now, over the, whatever it is, 10 or 11 years that I've been doing Flat Earth videos, I've actually used 3 channels. One is called Oakley Chord. One is called now Flat Earth Debates, actually 4. One is called Nathan Oakley, and there's this channel, which is Nathan Oakley 1980. But initially, I published mainly to Oakley Chord, Nathan Oakley, which I thought would be my main channel. Hence, there was a whole ton of live streams for Flat Earth Debate done from that channel and not this channel. But for whatever reason, at the time, Nathan Oakley 1980 was the most algorithmically favoured, therefore grew quicker than the other 2, therefore it is what ended up being my main channel. But I had no idea. At one point prior to doing any of these videos, Oakley Chord was my most popular channel when I was working for an electronics company. And that was my channel to publish the videos about hi-fi. So that channel had the most subscribers at the point that I started publishing videos. So my very first video, which wasn't about Flat Earth, but was more akin to what we now call the Feast of Nonsense, was about a rocket ship and its scale, talking about outer space, the sky vacuum without a hint of irony. Now, that channel is never even mentioned. I don't think anybody's aware. I mean, I still put public playlists together on a daily basis for that channel to keep it alive should it ever be needed. But ultimately, just through fate or through algorithmic favouritism, Nathan Oakley 1980, which isn't the most catchy of name, I would prefer it was just Nathan Oakley, because that's my name, right? Rather than all one word, Nathan Oakley 1980. Not the best channel name, in my opinion, but that happened to be the one that ended up catching the most subscribers. So that's where we are now. But my second channel, initially, I would have called my primary channel. That was where I did a lot of my, I think I did Mechanics of the Fourth Wall from that channel, and started Flat Earth Debate broadcasting live from that channel, and then it eventually transitioned over to this channel. Now this is the main channel. but I've actually got 4. So there's Oakley cord, what is now renamed from Nice Plant, which I used for my pawnbroking days as a videography channel that goes alongside Nice Plant, my eBay channel. Now it's been renamed Flat Earth Debate, Oakley cord, and this Nathan Oakley 1980. So there's 4 channels in total. But the main one I'm trying to plug here, why am I convoluting? I should just keep it simple, is Nathan Oakley channel, which is the second channel, which is where the Uncut and After show goes out. And I've shortened the time span. So because there's only 5 shows a week, what I would do is stagger them previously up until this Christmas just gone, so that there was a delay of up to 2 or 3 months between the live stream and the Uncut and After show stream going out to the public for the first time. But because of the period of Christmas, I like to put a show out every single day on the run up to Christmas and through Christmas on my second channel, which shortens the time, because there's obviously only 5 live shows a week for this week, because I was doing home education things yesterday. But that means that the gap is at its shortest just after Christmas now, basically. So the Uncut and After show that went out yesterday was the Perplexity AI shows. I can't remember if it was show 1 or show 2 that went out yesterday on the second channel. But that's not so long ago, right? We only recently did that with 10th Man, the Perplexity discussion show, whatever you want to call that. That went out yesterday on Nathan Oakley channel. So, just to round out this very, very, very convoluted and long plug, go and subscribe to my second channel if you haven't done so already. And you can, if you aren't a member, pick up the shows that the members get paid for on a daily basis, but for free. There you go.
Right. Whilst we were talking about the sun and the moon, Nathan, I wondered if you'd like to go over this. You remember the moon shadow thing that happened last year regarding the sundial and the moon dial and the shadows they cast and the ramifications relating to the distance of these objects, the sun and the moon. Can you go over that again? Would you like to do that? I don't know what you mean by
ramifications of distance. You're just talking about elevation angles of the moon. They're just flat Earth measurements. That's how you boil that down into the most simplistic of terms. What is a moon dial or a sundial doing? It's measuring elevation angles. That's it. It's a flat Earth measurement. In terms of distance, it doesn't give you one.
Yeah.
Somebody from G+ wants to say something. Go ahead. Oh, it's Eugene interrupting me. Yes, it's just giving you elevation angles, but it doesn't give you distance. You said distance. I don't know where you're getting that from.
No, I was saying it, because of the length of the shadows, it was put forward back then on your show last year, because I was there in person, that they have to be in the same locale. Either the moon is 93 million miles away with the sun, or they're closer. Either way, there's something wrong there.
I've no idea what you're talking about.
He's talking about the bad moon shadow, where it shows the logic that states the sun has to be a really far distance away is flawed.
That's not my argument.
Yeah, but you were present when this was mentioned, by the way.
Okay, that doesn't make it mine. That's not my assertion. What I know,
I thought you agreed with it, and that you didn't. I'm not saying it was yours, but I thought you would like to, since you were talking about the sun and the moon. I thought that might be interesting for the listeners, you know, to think, to ponder.
I mean, it is interesting because I like to break these things down in the most simplistic of terms. Currently, what is a sundial? It's a tool for measuring the Earth flat for time. That's what it actually is. Is there anything else needed? I don't think so. When I say it's not that serious, this is the perfect time for me to say that sentiment, right? What's that? Distance to the sun and moon. It's not that serious. We just measure Earth flat for time in this instance. That's it. We just measure Earth flat for it. It's very simple.
Yeah, interesting point there. That's realised, but there's also extra that you could elaborate on, and that you don't want to do that. That's fine.
You feel free. But, what did you want? You do it. If you want to elaborate on that, that's all I've got to say on the matter. Beyond that,
yeah,
I don't care.
Yeah, okay, that's cool then. Yeah, well then the question is,
go ahead.
With the shadows being casted here, is the actual moon at the same location as the sun for the shadows to be the same? Or are they really, one is supposedly 93 million miles away, and the other one being the moon, 238,000 miles away from the Earth?
Where'd you
These
get that
things
number?
we cannot confirm.
Do you know
but
where
it
that
does
number comes
raise
from?
the question.
Okay, do you know where that number comes from?
Oh, because of me, they assumed the size of Venus, didn't they? And then did it that way. That's what they did, as far as I know.
Yeah, because I explained it about 20 minutes ago. But the extrapolation of Christian Huygens giving you that 93 million mile distance is the same origin we discussed in the pre-show. Flat Earth angle measurements to extrapolate radius, to superimpose a radius onto Venus, is still a flat Earth measurement in the first instance, isn't it? So I'll just say it once more. It's not that serious. It's just measured flat. Earth, that is. In this case, angles to lights in the sky. Now, big old smarty pants can take those measurements and create all sorts of convoluted systems of heliocentric orbital motion. And then another smarty pants can come along after the fact and say, you know what, if I make an ingenious assumption, I can give us the distances. But then you're ignoring all of that and going, well, does it mean that we've got that distance? No. The distance violates the base measurement of a flat Earth for the angle, because it infers a spherical world moving around the sun, with a spherical Venus with a transposable radial value also derived from flat Earth angles. So does that mean that we've got an orbital Absolutely not. In reality, there is no orbital motion at all. It's a mathematical derivation based on the original observation of the lights moving through the sky and their angular representations that we can measure from a flat plane. So what's that all boiled down to? It's just a flat plane that we measure with angles to lights in the sky. Or to put it another way, Earth's just measured flat. It's not that serious.
Thank you very much, Nathan. My attempt was for you to elaborate on that. And to those who may be listening, or 12 or 15, hopefully 30 today, whatever, who might be listening, we do not know the distance to the sun. The numbers we've been given, arbitrary, never been confirmed or proven. That's what I was trying to get through there. Even though we are measuring angles to the sun from a flat Earth, that's a fact. But anything else you may be thinking about the sun, you will need to dispel because they haven't been confirmed. And that was my aim and my objective. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there's a way, again, it might be a get out of jail free card that you perceive, but there's a way that, like, I can admire and, you know, look up to some of these mathematicians and go, wow, that's quite out of the box in terms of how you've extrapolated out this notion, rather than going, well, that's crazy. We're not standing on the outside edge of the protractor we measured the flat surface from and to for the lights to be represented on, but then change what they're on as the map of the world and then have an extended celestial view wrapped around that. That's crazy. Instead go, that's very out of the box thinking, to try and figure out when Easter is and how the time actually presents itself in our concepts that we've created in the first instance. You say arbitrary, you're absolutely correct. It's been arbitrarily ascribed by these men through history that we describe throughout the last 500 years. Why? Well, because they've got tasks that they've got to fulfill. Like I said in the pre-show, like finding out when Easter is as a prime example.
What they've done is they've taken the known quantities of measurement laid against the unknown properties of the stars and reversed them to come up with this concept they keep calling a model. They fix distances to the stars when the stars, for purposes of measurement, are considered to be an undefinable distance away. It's reversing the world and making everything crazy, basically.
In order to achieve said extrapolation of a spherical surface represented by the protractor you measured the angle of the flat ground from, in other words, here's your flat ground and there's the angle that you're measuring to a star. Well, you've got a protractor view that's going to become the globe Earth with an extended celestial sphere around that when you put an antipodal second southern section. That's south, not that. But that's what they describe it as, to invert the world, to give you some notion of understanding when it came to retrograde motion, as it's now known. They're trying to explain some of these motions of the lights. But in order to get there, they have to measure something specific. The ground as a flat plane to give you the base for the angle, and the sky as a parallel flat plane. Now, when you transpose what you see of the sky into the protractor that you're measuring it through, you then end up describing the extended celestial sphere as not, as John just described it, an indeterminate distance, but an infinite distance. That's how they describe it. But in Kepleria's motion, you can have Christian Huygens ascribe separately, because it's not functional within his concept of distance, a distance to all of the lights based on the Keplerian scale without distance. Why? Well, because he wanted to. As I said in the pre-show, it's not because Christian Huygens was some Satanist, assuming that he's indoctrinating the world. Likewise, Andrew Thomas Young isn't some Satanist that's assuming he's indoctrinating the world. He's, as I've been describing some of the people in this way in the last few shows, a fart sniffer. Aren't I clever? My ingenious assumption that Venus has the same radius as Earth. Now, we've backtracked, looked at these measurements and gone, well, the radius of Earth is the flat Earth measurement. You're taking the Polaris minimum on a flat plane called an area of equal elevation, and then making that the outside edge of the protractor at that distance also flat and horizontal at 3959 miles. Well, again, you can call that ingenious, you can call it crazy, but it doesn't change that to achieve what is essentially a flat ground with a flat sky being measured through a protractor to give you a protractor-based view of a world with another hemispherical view of the stars over that, you've come from two parallel planes and ended up with two protractor views of the world with a map plastered onto it and an infinite distance to the celestial stars because they're all set against a backdrop that gave you the flat parallel plane of the sky and ground to measure it through a protractor in the first instance. But that's the only thing that really matters to me when I say it's not that serious. You don't need any of this shit. This is cluttering around my head. I don't need it. Right? Why do I need this stuff? Well, it's only because I've become a flat earther and been trained in heliocentrism. I was trying to grasp at this a year ago when I was describing us as advanced heliocentrists. I couldn't quite put my finger on where I was going with that. As a flat earther, you're trained to argue against heliocentrism. Not for how flat Earth is, just how non-spherical the world is. Well, in order to argue how non-spherical the world is, you become an advanced heliocentric understander. You've got a good grasp of Kepler and Huygens and all of these things that they've produced a ball with so you can say how it doesn't work. This was borne out immediately when I got to this subject, with Morgile going up against trolls, and all he did was try and explain how the world was not a ball, with them saying, well, that's your flat Earth proof. He didn't have any, because all he'd done was study what was available about the world as he knew it, as a ball, to show how it wasn't. He never got to the point where he's saying, well, to create the ball that I know it isn't, that I'm describing how it fails, I needed to measure a flat Earth to get there. That's where we are 11 years later.
Yeah, we missed the measurements because we were looking for everything the Morgul was looking for, how this don't work and that don't work. Well, we missed the measurements, and everything, you need the measurements. Any type of measurement they talk about will require a flat plane of reference, Earth.
Yeah, I think that the Feast of Nonsense that we were working with all this time, and then suddenly came the measurements, like realization of the measurements. Yeah, that's a big deal. But what I think is we should not stop here like, oh, we got the measurements and now we should close our mind like it's the end. I think we should still have our mind open. If ever there is something maybe connected to the measurements, maybe not something that can be more adding to it.
Is it more flat?
That you were in the very beginnings of a special pleading fallacy, because what you don't know will never contradict what you do know.
That's correct. It's never going to be more flat.
What I've got on screen now for my live audience is what I'm just describing. Now, in this view, we've got this from a bull-believing numpty book describing how celestial navigation works. But in terms of how the view renders out in this plane, you should, but don't, see the equatorial plane, but it's just blacked out. Same with the extended celestial plane. This view doesn't have the equatorial or extended celestial plane depicted on it. Why? Because it would be too much of a giveaway in terms of what you're actually doing. But you can see that where is this angle measurement coming from? Well, like I described earlier and in the pre-show, from hell. Like when Thunderfoot was like, well, you just have to convince yourself you're in hell, or however he phrased it. Well, yeah, on a plane that is essentially this glorified protractor view with the latitude and longitude lines written on it, that's what's giving you those degrees on the globe. They just don't draw the flat plane in so you can see where you're actually standing. But it is absolutely intrinsic to these measurements. You've got a flat plane, in this case the equatorial plane, and extended celestial plane, to give you the angle from. That's what this is. An angle from the plane they haven't even pictured. Why? Well, because it would be too telling to average normie who comes across this. It's complicated. It looks complicated if you're unfamiliar with it. Once you understand what this represents, it isn't complicated. It's just an angle to a flat sky from a flat plane, represented with the tool that you measured the angle through. And then you've transposed the view of the stars onto a hemispherical view that has got degrees literally measured from it. And then you've put a world in between with a second protractor that you're going to put the map on when you can't be both in the world and on the world, measuring through the world to get the angle. There's only one position that the angle comes from. That's here, in hell. But no, you're on a plane, measuring an angle from the surface level to the stars on the parallel sky. That ends up being this view from outside of the box thinkers. And then 500 years later, the general public, the people at large, believe this is actually where they stand. They think they're actually standing on this map. And that is, in essence, what being a baller is. A misapprehension about how the world that's been created by the Roman Catholic Church is actually the world you stand on. It isn't. It functions from the plane you measured in the first instance. And you can't violate the plane that you measure in the first instance by saying, you know, this plane we're measuring in the middle of hell, well, forget that. We're actually standing here. No, you can't be. That violates the base measurement in the first place.
You got to be careful when you say, well, there's more, because you'll fall for ether, hook, line, and sinker. There's people that we're not going to just talk about measurements. We want more. We want to find out more. And they became etherites. So stick to what you can prove. If more knowledge comes forward, I'm sure we'll be able to find it or lay it up, but it will require a flat plane. That's for sure.
Hi, Neil. Nathan. Like Nathan just explained there, the picture he was showing a minute ago, they're elevation angle measurements. So you've got, there's no way out of it that will be happening from a horizontal plane, because that's the only way you can acquire an elevation angle measurement. Yeah. So they're always going to need that plane. I'm going to turn up this, please.
Correct.
Yes, and it's always going to be described with a parallel plane for anything else that's measuring the same view. And the only way that can function is as described here. This would be you on the ground in hell. Again, what was shown in this particular view wasn't shown in the previous diagram. But here it is, the equatorial plane. Now, if you're up in an aeroplane measuring angles to the star, do they change? No. The sky is just exactly the same. It's parallel with the ground. And any position that you can draw a horizontal, because all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon. Therefore, it can functionally give you the same angle up in the sky and have the same projected view of the flat sky through a protractor view, otherwise known as the infinite celestial hemisphere. Why? Well, because it functions with parallel planes. That's how the world has been dealt with, because that is how the world is. That's how it presents itself. So when we say, well, it will be measured from a flat plane, well, that's how it's measured currently to give you the world a bull belief.
Nathan, I think some idea came to my mind about the equatorial plane that they show. They say that the equatorial plane is a circle going through the globe, like a flat plane going through the globe. But when you're moving position, the circle has to also change. It cannot stay the same. It needs to change. Like when you're going across the surface of the Earth, the equatorial plane that they're showing inside the globe has to also move. So that means that the edge of the equatorial plane has to also change, which shouldn't be meaning that it will change the distance from the 90 degrees angle to Polaris. Like that equatorial line will also move distances when the position changes.
You're talking about...
No, you'll be on the ecliptic plane at that point. You'll be on one of the variant ecliptic planes that'll be out of phase with the equatorial plane by 6 degrees.
That's correct.
Yeah, you're conflating two different things. So the derivation that gives us the view previously on screen, and also technically this one as well, would be a North Star, that's Polaris, centric derivation for what we call latitude, that's then wrapped around the mapping of a ball. But in the same way that you can take that mapping structure and map it from any position, that's how you end up with azimuthal equidistant projections that can be from any point. But that's relative to you as an individual. So yes, you have your own view, but there isn't an overarching system that's been derived from every single position. Only the positions the stars are above as defined in the almanac. And that's based on time also, because they're moving. The North Pole offers something unique. The North Pole star, that is, that it doesn't move. So you can make a system derived from it with lines that are fixed. They're called latitude. The outside minimum is the equator.
So the equator plane will stay the same no matter where you are in their model, no?
But it's not in their model. It's just where is the outside edge that you can see Polaris from. As you back away from it through 360 degrees, that's flat on the ground now as opposed to through the sky. As you go around like a maypole, you'd go around it on the ground as you move around that point in the sky. Well, as you increase the circle that you look at, that is to say the degrees that are given for 1 degree, you get a declination of 1 degree of Polaris for every 60 nautical miles. Again, an arbitrary concept we've ascribed to what we observe in terms of what Polaris does if we back away from it. But it will remain a declined 1 degree around a circle. So you can move around it in a cyclical manner and see that it's in the same 1 degree decline position from zenith on that latitude line. Well, you can move out to ever increasing circles to a circle on the outside edge that would be its minimum, where it's on the horizon. That's the equator. So it's just the minimum around a circle that you can see that star from. Meanwhile, I just say it again.
Yeah,
let me just reiterate it for the audience. Just 1 sec.
Flat Earth. I understand this on the flat Earth so easily, but it's just hard to understand it on a globe.
That's because it doesn't exist on a globe. What we've just described is only a flat Earth concept. But I just want to make that, I was just about to summarise with that. It's not that serious. We're just talking about measuring Earth flat for an angle to Polaris. It's really basic. When you say, oh, it's really complicated to understand how you got to convert it to sphericity, put the map onto the outside edge of a protractor. Yeah, but that violates the base measurement, doesn't it? The base measurement is just a flat plane with an angle to a light. Polaris. That's it. What are the lines of latitude? Well, they're just circles on the ground. Again, they're imaginary. They don't really exist. It's just as you move around a light in the sky we call Polaris, it will be 1 degree lower than zenith around one particular circle, flat on the ground. That's called a circle of equal elevation. Now, that is what it is. But what, you can then take that circle of equal elevation and make it the top part of a globe? Call it a great circle? Yeah, you can. It's very outside of the box thinking to do so. But it is just a flat Earth measurement of a light in the sky. It's not that serious. I don't need any of this information is more over the point, right? I don't need this rattling around in my head Now, as much as the next man, I liked getting my telescope out when I was a bit younger before I had kids. It was here, looking out that window, and I used to love it. I used to watch the moon, or I used to watch the stars that were available through that window. I used to do it for hours and hours. It was wonderful. I'd look it all up in the star charts and look up the timings that I could see certain stars at and faff and fiddle and swear and curse at my telescope when I couldn't get it to stabilise and it would go out of view before I got it in view. All those sorts of things that people who use telescopes experience, right? But I didn't need advanced heliocentrism in my head to do any of that. I could appreciate the heavens without knowing advanced heliocentrism. And at the time, when I was a heliocentrist, I had a vague appreciation for how the world was described to have functioned as a ball that I believed I was on. But now, 10 years later, I would expect anybody on this panel to outstrip Normie 10 to 1 in terms of their understanding of how heliocentrism works, for us to describe how it violates the base principle measurement of a flat planar surface to achieve angular measurements from. We don't need the heliocentric bit.
Sorry. I was just going to say before you said it, I never subscribed to that advanced heliocentrism. It just gave me a darn headache. All you need to know is about the measurements. Once you know it's measured flat, all of that stuff, you could throw it out the window because it don't exist. I'm sorry. That's just me.
No,
Yeah, no, I was into it. I was well into it. And
so was I, and it gave me a headache.
Yeah, I was well into it. I enjoyed it all. But then to find out that that was all just pseudoscience, well, that was the shock, ladies and gentlemen. But there you go.
Well, I mean,
I'm saying going forward, that's what I'm talking about.
You've got the right term
going
there.
Going forward, I don't need it.
They put these mathematical derivations of flat Earth measurements into the science classroom. Therefore, you've absolutely correctly identified it with the title of pseudoscience. What's pseudoscience? A claim that has not been through the scientific method that is described as being science. So the fact that heliocentrism is taught in the science class makes it the pinnacle of pseudoscience, because we are charged with being science deniers because we deny these mathematical derivations, 500 years old, come from the Roman Catholic Church because they've been put into a science category when they're not. It is correctly termed by Jin as pseudoscience. What is it in reality? It's measurements. Measurements are a flat Earth. But if you put it into a maths category, people might notice, well, what are we measuring? Maths. People know what they're doing with maths. With science, suddenly it's a bit more convoluted. You can put it in the hands of scientific priests who can tell you what's what. It's very complicated. You wouldn't understand any of this heliocentric motion. It's all very complicated. But it's just mathematics that are derived from flat Earth measurements in the first instance. That's why they've taken it out of the category of mathematics and geography and put it into science, making it pseudoscience.
Yeah, and by doing that, they gave it validity when it's, in actuality, it should have been taught in the geography classes, right? They call us science deniers, but they're geography deniers.
Yep. If they want to deny how it's measured,
is.
they are geography deniers. Where I put them on the rock of understanding that Earth is measured flat and getting on their knees to accept that fact, because that is how Earth is measured, or the hard place of let's just ignore that we actually measure a flat Earth, is to say, well, let's take it out of a maths and geography category and just reposition the hard place over here where it's science. Then we don't have to measure the Earth flat in acknowledgement of how ball-shaped it is. That kind of just can get forgotten about. And then we can have this category error world devoid of the maths and geography of the measurements of the surface of Earth as a plane and argue about whether or not we're on a ball or not. Make sure the flat earthers are arguing for it not being a ball over here in this category error. Not just saying it's flat because it's measured that way. 10 years later, that's where we're at.
You got someone saying the non-existence but working globe navigation essentially disproves anyone uses it flat, which should be impossible if it is not correct at all.
Globe systems using latitudes that we've described, like on screen now. If you draw the latitude lines onto this protractor view, you've got the angles that you describe in the global mapping system, if you want to presume that that in some way is functional as a mapping or navigation system. It isn't. You're not using globes to measure your angles to the sun for celestial navigation. That's not what you're doing. But they want to infer that because they've got a globe and it has got degrees on it, that somehow that's a functional system for navigation. It isn't. The degrees come from a flat Earth. We've just gone through this.
They're holding up a projection of flat plane measurements and claiming that their projection, which is a distortion of the measurements, is truth. As a couple of years back, it was when I was a glober, one of the things I liked doing was pointing out the azimuthal equidistant projection was of a globe. So anything that you found correct within it was correct to the globe. So flat earthers really didn't know what to do with that, you know.
Now, you say the projection of the globe comes from the flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the lights in the first instance.
If there is no flat Earth map, how do you reckon circles of equal altitude for celestial navigation should work?
They do work. When people say, how do I think they should work? I'm not out at sea. Now, we were sent a video that we could be covering shortly about a guy who's out without GPS, finding his position with celestial navigation. He takes 3 or 4 fixes with the sun each day to find out where they are and cross-reference it to a dead reckoning assumption of where they are, so they can find their way around with flat Earth elevation angles. But the systems that are transcribed onto the maps and charts are just, as I've described previously, Polaris-based measurements, areas of equal elevation, derived from the angle measurement to Polaris. So when you start asking, well, how does that work with a flat Earth? It only works with a flat Earth. All of these systems are derived from those flat Earth measurements. There's no exception to that.
Yeah, that's great. One thing I want to say before we move on.
Yeah, John.
One thing I want to say before we move on from the category error is it's partially our fault as flat earthers when we ask them why something does something. Like, why do we see too far on a globe? Right? We are putting that in giving them the authority to answer that question. We should not be doing that with them.
That's correct.
And also, we should not sniff our own farts so much as to start answering questions. So in the pre-show, there was an inference that we had some advanced knowledge about the moon and what it does. It's like, no, we don't. But because we're being asked, we should answer the question about it. No, absolutely not. If you don't know something, just say, I don't know. Like Jin did in the pre-show. He's like, I don't know what the moon is. Well, that's the end of that discussion.
Well, the guy's asking, how could it be working on both? You're not comprehending.
Again, why is this person asking anything? Because they fear the loss of their religion in a ball that they've got currently adhered to. And by what? Finding out how an advanced knowledge of each work in contrast to each other? All you're trying to do, the person that's talking to Neil, is keep the debate alive. Okay. Why? So that you can feel some comfort that you might still have a ball beneath your feet. That's the only thing that I'm reading between the lines in terms of what Neil's giving us. You just want there to be two sides. There isn't. As we keep explaining, the ball is created with the flat Earth measurements. So if you want to put it into a dichotomy, it's not. You can only describe that dichotomy with one side violating the base principle measurements and the base principle measurements. The base principle measurements are flat. The derivation of those measurements, with some outside-of-the-box thinking, transposes the angles you measure off a flat plane onto a curved surface that doesn't exist. So you want to say, how does it work with both? It doesn't. You've transposed the flat Earth prerequisite measurements of surface level onto a non-existent map through which you've got an extended celestial view of the stars on a glorified protractor. You want to call that working? No, it violates the angles you measured in the first place. To take the ground that you're standing on to measure the angle and say, oh, that's up at a curve on my protractor now. That's absurd. No, it doesn't work. Nothing works on a globe. It's an outside-of-the-box conceptualization of a world to try and solve for epicycles and give you retrograde motion and when Easter's going to be. Mathematically only. How we've come to be on that sphere that was inferred through Kepler and Huygens is beyond me. I don't know how that's happened. I would assume that some psychopath somewhere has gone, that's quite useful to keep people under control with. Maybe not, though. I don't know. Maybe we're all just dumb enough to think, well, if the mathematicians of the church have said that's the way the world is, then it must be so. And we still adhere to that 500 years later. Fair enough.
That's my point, though, is when you put a fact, like a measurement, into a what-if statement where the measurement can be false, but still hold the measurement, you're inviting, all kinds of wrong conclusions.
Yeah, absolutely right, John. I've never done that, especially when you were talking about why do we see too far. I've never put that question to any glober we're now moving to 11 years of this situation of realizing that the earth is indeed measured and utilized flat. I've never ever said to anybody, why do we see too far? No, I tell them point blank, straight to the head, is that we are seeing further than the earth's curvature would allow.
Same thing.
If it were there. If it were there, let me finish what I've got to say. If it were there, that is a legit statement to make. I'm not giving them any leeways for arguing. I'm shutting them down completely. And remember, I did preface it with it is measured flat and utilized flat.
You're not. That opens up the discussion to put it into a dichotomy by saying we're seeing than the globe Earth allows. What do you mean the globe Earth allows? That globe Earth isn't the arbiter of
would allow.
I'm still talking.
Would allow is what I said. Yeah.
Still talking. The globe Earth is not the arbiter of how far we see, but what we do utilise to describe how far we see is perspective. The same angular description that we can extrapolate out from the stars. Now, I'm not suggesting that we've got a perspective view of the stars. They don't obey the same rules that terrestrial things, when described with perspective measurements, do adhere to. However, the angular description does adhere to the principal measurement of Earth's surface to create the ball, to then suggest that that violation of the base principle measurement gives us an arbiter of how far we should see, to then ask an opponent or tell them that we're seeing further than the dictated distance that a globe Earth extrapolated out from a violation of the base flat measurements would give you if it existed. That is you enabling the opponent to put it into a dichotomy, while simultaneously saying, I haven't done that. Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing.
It's never happened to me because I've always shut them down with it. So that's the thing.
You just ignored every word I just said.
Because we're going to the measurements, you see. That's the
Is
thing.
it a lack
And when
of
we go to the
comprehension, or
measurements,
did he just ignore everything I just said?
No, I haven't ignored anything you did.
You've just told me that you're shutting it down, and I've just said the absolute antithesis of that. You're opening up the discussion and putting it into a dichotomy when you lay it out in the terms that you have, because you're taking something that requires we measure Earth flat to create something that violates the measurement of a flat Earth, to then suggest that that will dictate how far we see, and then point out that it won't be as far as that suggests we should see if that was true. That's what you're doing. Well, that is enabling. I'm still in the same sentence. It's the third time you've interrupted this, Jin. You don't have to like it, right? You're enabling them.
I don't feel that I'm doing that at all. And like I said, I'm telling them that we are seeing further than your dream ball would allow if it were there.
I heard you the first 4 times you said it.
Hang on, because we are seeing further.
Further than what?
You cannot be living.
You just ignored me.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
I am listening.
To the fantasy ball. Then you're ignoring what I'm saying. To the fantasy ball that they believe they live on.
Where did that ball come from?
Out of someone's arse, basically.
No, it's not out of someone's arse. It's out of derivations of flat Earth radial values measured with Polaris. Now, I do understand this stuff. I also understand at a base level that you are enabling them. But you're telling me you're shutting them down. In your mind, you're doing a good job. Now, old school Nathan would have patted you on the back. Now I'm saying no. By suggesting that the ball Earth, in violation of its base measurements of a flat plane, as depicted on screen now, would mean that you ignore how flat you must create a world to be, to suggest that that world that you've created with those flat Earth measurements you're violating dictates how far we should see, for you to say that it's wrong.
Yeah, it might be a long way round to get to that point, but the point is still mentioned and made, and they do get shut down. They don't have any arguments with that with me.
Well, see, I can tell you why we see further than what you're saying the limits of our vision should be.
I'm not saying I'm not actually putting the only limit there would be that curvature that's not there. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God.
That'd be the only limit. That ball Earth that's not there.
Like I said,
Are you sure? I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
look, like I said, and I can tell you why what you're claiming to be the limitation, we can see further than that. We got a little experiment we can do. How about that?
Now we're into a full-on dichotomy debate between one and the other, aren't we?
Yeah, but the truth always will prevail.
No, the argument will continue. That's what we've had for 10 years. An argument about whether or not it's bleeding ball-shaped. The ball-shaped bit, to argue about whether or not that's going to dictate the distance we can see, is derived from flat Earth measurements. So all of this nonsense about how far we're going to see based on ball extrapolations that have come from violations of their initial measurements of a flat Earth, why not just point out that we've got to measure a flat Earth to come up with the radial value? What's that? If the baller says, oh, well, I know how far we should see because I've got curved mathematics, all right, what's this radial value? Where's that come from? Oh, a flat Earth minimal elevation angle measurement to Polaris, so we measure Earth flat then? What's the end of this discussion? No. If I take that flat Earth measurement of a radial value, I can put it into this mathematics that suggests how far we see. Yeah, but we had to measure Earth flat to get the radial value, so Earth's measured flat. That makes the whole principle of saying that we will see from the outside edge with a description that uses mathematics that give you a differential from eye level to surface level, another flat Earth prerequisite in Earth curve maths, is absurd 2 steps down the begging the question of a sphere that violates its own flat Earth measurements by saying this piece of globe will dictate how far we see, but we can see further. So I'm shutting down the argument. No, you're enabling the argument to take place. That's what all of us have done for 10 years.
Yeah, but successfully beating them in doing so, because we're proving to them that they are wrong, and we bring evidence of our proofs to them. So I'm going to carry on doing that. I don't care what anyone says. And because there are times when you give them the measurements, as I've said at the very beginning, and only 1 or 2 seem to accept that. But the 80% of the people I meet on this, 8 out of 10.
Matter.
Okay, let me just explain.
Not accepted.
Hold on, Neil.
But
Hold
you
on a
still have
second,
to
Neil.
explain it.
Let me just explain something to you, Jin, right? When you say some of them will accept the measurements, what, the radial value that they need to extrapolate from the flat Earth measurements to have the ball for it to say how far we see? Well, if they don't accept those flat Earth measurements to derive a radial value, they don't have a ball to argue with. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I do understand, and I see it through to the end. That's me, yeah.
No,
I do understand.
It's not seeing through to the end. It's starting with the flat Earth measurements that they need to accept. You give them a choice. Either you accept that you've measured a flat Earth to give you radius, or you don't have a radius. Hard place. You don't want the measurements of a flat Earth to give you your ball to dictate your distance. You don't want that radius because it's come from a flat Earth. Then you haven't got a ball to argue for anymore. Oh, you do want to accept that we've got a radial value derivation from flat Earth measurements. Then Earth is measured flat. But what, you want to use the flat Earth measurements to derive a radius and then ignore that we've measured Earth flat so you can argue for how far a ball will dictate we see? No.
No,
I haven't finished, Jin. 5th fucking time. Shut up. You can hear me talking, right? Now, I'm sick of this, Jin. Go and argue for how ball-shaped things are and how far it'll dictate your vision. I'll point out that to have a ball that you're arguing about whether or not it'll dictate how far you see because it's wrong will require you measure a radius flat to get to that ball. And if you say, well, only 80% of them will accept the radius value they're basing their argument on, that comes from a flat Earth that they must accept. If they don't accept it, they haven't got a ball to argue for the distance they say you should see with, or for you to enable them to have that argument for how far you say it won't dictate we see with. ultimately, to have that discussion you're enabling, first you measure Earth flat for radius to have that discussion. But if you can say, well, to have this discussion about whether or not a ball dictates how far we see, first we must measure Earth flat. Now, if you've measured Earth flat to get to the radius, to then argue about how far we see, you've already measured Earth flat. The discussion's over the minute you've got a measurement to make a ball with. So you don't need to argue the toss about whether or not it's too far to see on a ball. Where did the ball come from? Flat Earth measurements. Oh, well, they don't understand that. Well, if they don't understand it, they can't make a ball with it. If they do understand it, get on their fucking knees and acknowledge how flat Earth is measured to give them a ball to argue about.
This is why there's still a debate.
I can now respond after all of that. My position is not going to change. I'm going to go all the way around, put them in the hard place with their stupidity and flog them to death. That's what I do. Sorry, Nathan. That's what I'm going to do.
That's why the debate's still going on.
Well, that's okay. If it goes on, then it goes on and people will learn.
But there is no debate.
Thank you.
There is no debate because your debate requires one side takes flat Earth measurements and creates a ball to say how far we can see. And then you come along to say that the ball that required flat Earth measurements be utilised to create a ball to say how far we can see isn't how far we see. Notice how both sides have got a flat Earth prerequisite measurement for radius. You to say that it's wrong and for them to say it's right. So you're saying that you're smashing them to pick... No. You're enabling them with a debate that doesn't exist. Both sides require a flat measurement of radius. So we've got a flat measurement of radius then. So Earth's measured flat then. Well, that's the end of that discussion then. Back on the rock of, so to have an argument at all about how far we see, we will measure Earth flat then. The rock. Yeah, we will. End of discussion. We measure Earth flat. Oh, no. I want to take the flat Earth measurement and create a ball. Well, you can't. You've got a flat Earth measurement. Well, let's ignore that we have to measure Earth flat. Well, then you haven't got a ball. That's called the hard place. Oh, I don't like the measurements. I don't want to accept them or I don't understand them. Well, then you haven't got a ball to infer how far we'll see then, have you? Oh, right, well, okay, fine. We'll have a little bit of measuring Earth flat to get radius. Earth's measured flat. On your fucking knees, we've got to measure Earth flat to get radius. Oh, right, well, if I acknowledge that we're on a flat Earth to measure radius, can I have the argument for a ball? Why? You're violating your measurements of a flat Earth to get radius. That's called the rock. So they can either acknowledge that they're measuring Earth flat for radius, in which case that's the end of the discussion. There's nothing more to do with measured Earth flat. Or they can say, I don't like those measurements of a flat Earth for radius. Well, then you haven't got a ball to argue for, have you?
It's like I said, I will continue to do what I do and what I do good. It's the mechanics of it all. Yes, I do hit them with the fact that it's measured flat and you need the Earth flat to get your globe. I flog them with everything. And that's what I'm going to continue to do, regardless of what you've just said there, which is what I'm fully aware of. Fully aware of what you said. Still going to operate under my own standards. Thanks.
Okay, those standards were given to us to argue about. We've been segregated into a community where we argue for or against a ball.
That's correct. Are we ever going to do this video?
No, it's 5-3.
It's only 5 to 9 where I'm at.
Well, that's a difference in time. You'll need a flat Earth for that.
You better believe you will. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You're right on point. It just to me, it just continues the argument and gives them a reason to argue, because we're giving them a reason to argue. Debate is over. We recognize it's never been a debate. It's just plow forward there. Anything else is just, in my opinion, enabling the argument. That's not even an argument to continue.
It's me shutting down all the doors and all their hope. That's what I'm doing. So I'm prolonging their punishment is what I'm doing. That's how I see it. I don't see it as enabling anything. I'm shutting down every little avenue they've got. And I'm going to continue to do that. That's always been my way.
Well, as you can see in the Isle of Man debate, the refractive index on the day is what dictated what is obstructed by the horizon. Does anybody remember that?
Of course.
Yep.
Yep. Anthony Riley. Yep.
What about Anthony Riley?
Riley said that?
Anthony Riley didn't dictate the refractive index, he called it dirty air.
He's not getting what you're putting down refracted.
Yeah, it's like they're meat and potatoes, because you're moving away from any valid point, and you're moving into completely fantastical absurdity and ambiguity. That's where the globe exists, in the mind of the person who believes in it. It lives in the unknown. That's where they need to be.
That's correct. So every time you talk about it, you're in imagination land. So you shut it down, but then you bring it back to life. You're like killing it and resurrecting it to kill it again. Makes no sense to me.
No, it's called enjoying the punishment delivery.
On a lighter note, I've got a patron who I shouted out slightly more extensively on today's pre-show. Tomorrow her name is Level Plain Poem, the Patreon shout-out that gets done daily, is sending me some flat earth poetry books. So I shared with her telling me that she's going to be posting these out to me with my two daughters. Now, she's also got an upcoming book that's going to get published, which I've also been privileged enough to see some of the drafts of. And she's sending me one of those, an advanced copy as well, which I'm very excited about. Big shout out to you, Level Plain Poem. So there's going to be material available for purchase, presumably in the form of this new book, and indeed her already published poetry books that I get to read to my daughters, which is lovely. Now, because I videoed me telling my two daughters, we're going to get some flat earth poetry books that we can read together, I presented that to Level Plain Poem, and in exchange she sent me some pictures of her beautiful family. So I got to have a little email back and forth exchange with her this morning saying it's really nice to see some angels in the world when I'm typically surrounded by monsters. So it's just something that really did bring me, it was uplifting, it was nice to just see a really beautiful family presented and say, hey, we enjoy your show. They're obviously one of my patrons, and just sharing nice, loving, wholesome, happy families with each other. It was just a really pleasant experience to do so this morning, off the back of us both writing books, being a farther advanced stage than I am currently. But big shout out to you, Level Plain Poem. It was really, really nice to see your beautiful family via email today. Thank you so much. It really was.
I would like to issue a challenge if I could, Nathan. The paraphrase that I gave about the refractive index on the day deciding how far we should see with respect to the obstruction at the horizon. I'd like, in the context of this debate in this show, see if anyone can find who initially said it with citation of the show. If if anybody wants to take that up.
Why, was it a quote?
Yeah. Yeah. And now it was paraphrased. It wasn't a direct quote, but the spirit of what they were claiming was there. But I was going through some of your old shows, and I think I got it pretty far back.
Yeah, you're talking about 8 years ago, aren't you?
I can't give a time because then, if it's a scavenger hunt kind of thing, just write your answer in the comments section if you think you found it.
I mean, if I was to make a wild guess, I'd say it was something like the Rumpus, but I'm not going to ask you to answer either way because we'll get the commenters to suggest who's put that notion forward that was just echoed, paraphrased by John moments ago. If you know, I'm sure John will point it out. Cover it again on tomorrow's show, potentially. along with a video about the guy that I talked about earlier on his little boat with his mate doing celestial navigation on a daily basis because they're travelling without GPS. They're doing it all old school, getting their fix daily, comparing it to Dead Reckoning. Very interesting. It was shared by... Who was it that shared that?
That was Jardo, I believe.
Yeah, it was Jardo. Big shout out to you, Jardo, for sharing that. I was genuinely delighted when I got that. So what I've been asking my panel to do is provide videos of normies measuring Earth flat. Well, in this instance, albeit a total reliance on celestial navigation, this particular normie has gone out on a boat and gone, can I do this old school with a sextant? The answer is yes. And he's showing it with all of the mathematics after the flat Earth measurement of angle to the sun. And he's pointing out that he's having to do this half a dozen times a day to make sure they don't get lost. Now, is that 100% necessary? Probably not. But I would be overly fastidious if it was me in the same position. Why? Because I don't want to die out on the ocean. And I'm sure he's exactly the same in terms of his mentality. I want to know exactly where we're going and double and triple and quadruple check it on a daily basis.
Well, I wish you went over it then, because that's what the guy was saying in chat. The Dead Reckoning uses spherical trig. So it'd be good to go over this tomorrow, this video.
Sure, we will do, yeah. But yeah, again, shout out to Jardo for providing it. It's just what I was after. It's right up my street. And unlike a lot of other stuff where I get 25 seconds in it and I'm like spitting feathers going, why am I responding to somebody begging the question of sphericity and having to argue it from a non-spherical position? It's like, ugh, not again. I just want to move away from this shit. Then we get to somebody who's like, here's how I measure my angle to the sun 5 times daily. You're like, all right, so you're just measuring a flat earth then. Wonderful. Let's go and have a look at that. He's just a normie. Did he make any apologetics for non-sphericity? No, didn't even mention it. Just measured Earth flat, plotted it on a flat piece of paper. That was it. Really easy. Wrote down the degrees. How many do I map, plus or minus? You're like, yeah.
Yeah, but Nathan, the whole time he thinks he's on a globe.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't even mention it. It never gets mentioned because it doesn't come into the subject. When he's measuring the angles to the sun, he's measuring angles to the sun, writing them down, putting a little degree symbol after it, and then doing his maths from there. There is no sphere. What are you talking about? Literally, there is no sphericity in anything that we'll be covering in that guy's video.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Just using the base principles that we created all the maps and charts with in the first place. So obviously they're going to work.
Yeah, but as Neil said, you know, if asked, he'd be saying he lives on a globe. If asked.
He was taking the piss out of you, actually, Jin.
I know he was.
Jin knows that.
But I always back it up, remember? That's me. All the way.
It's all in good fun. We know you're old school, Jin, and we know you're not going to change your approach.
Well,
but that penny's going to drop one day in a live show, and we're going to shout for joy.
You are my everyman in this regard. You're my every flat earther. Neil's my everyman, right? My guy who represents the general public. In terms of, he's just a normie. Sorry, Neil, but you are. You're just average Joe. Now,
I hope so.
Well, you are. That's how I view you on the show. That's who you're representing. But Jin is representing every single anti-glober that we've rubbed shoulders with for the last 10 years in terms of his attitude. So his dogged determination to keep this debate alive is something that I want to train out of him. So if I fail, if Jin gets so annoyed with me that he buggers off, then I have failed completely. When Jin goes, you know what a waste of time. What am I doing? It's just measured flat. It's not that serious. Then I'll know I've done a good job. At the moment, he's like, no, that's how it's been done. I don't want to say you can't teach an old dog new tricks because I don't think that's true. I am that old dog.
I am aware of the new trick. I use it when necessary, bring it up at first, but there are times when I'm embroiled in other situations, and then I use other routes and methods and terminologies and the mechanics of their stupidity to bring them down. That's what it's all about. So, I mean, for the long haul, man, you don't know me. Every road I will explore. Every road. I'm enjoying it. Remember? I'm not hating it. I'm enjoying it. I'm not fed up yet.
Don't all the roads lead to flat Earth?
Yes, they do.
Exactly.
So
I'm leading them there.
Well, the quicker we can get shortcuts put in place, Jin, the better. I was about to call you Neil.
Yeah, I agree with
want
that.
to
But
be
sometimes
alive
the long
things
cut
start
is the cut that's necessary sometimes.
Hold on, 8 Queen.
Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead, 8 Queen.
I say that I wish to be alive when things starting to flip on our side.
Yeah, that's kind
You're
of...
talking about hitting critical mass, the tipping point.
It's a weird one. Tipping point is also a point of indifference.
Yeah, the tipping point.
Yeah, so there's a fantasy where suddenly everyone starts going around declaring that Earth's flat because they understand as we understand. But in my vision of the future in that regard, there's an apathy that will come along with it. Now, I've tried to explain this, and I'm not doing a great job of it currently, where I'm saying, well, people will say words to the effect of, we always knew it was flat. What I'm trying to communicate is an apathy where people don't care about it. In other words, the majority of people have an attitude when you bring it up as an anti-glober, formerly known as flat earther, that what difference does it make if Earth's not a ball? That's the attitude that I want them to have when it comes to understanding and appreciating how Earth always was being dealt with. In other words, a sense of indifference will allow the public to realise that they're on a flat plane. Whereas if there's an air of disdain because they've been lied to, then that'll never be tolerated by the people who control the world. They don't want an uprising. So there's got to be a facility to allow a sense of apathy towards the old school rhetoric of heliocentrism, or even an appreciation for how that complex maths allows some semblance of understanding of the light movements that we observe in the sky. Doesn't mean we're on a spherical surface, we're measuring Earth flat to achieve said outside-the-box thinking. But even then, it's just not that serious. We measure Earth flat, and I can only envisage that to have it tolerable that the world can say such things, there must be an apathy where people don't care. They don't want to brace against NASA. They don't want to go out with pitchforks and torches and go get them because we've been lied to. If that is or remains being the attitude, then it will just never be tolerated. That is to say, I can't see my second channel getting more than 12 views if we're marching along a road that is pitchforks and torches. If we're marching towards a road of apathy, then eventually they'll go, no, this is harmless to allow the world to appreciate how we measure
I don't
Earth.
think you can, Nathan, because I'm going to tell you why. I don't think you can because of the duress that the everyday man is facing throughout the world, especially in America. And they will get pitchforks if that does hit a tipping point because they're going to demand money back. I mean, what has NASA provided? Nathan, you're talking about billions of dollars being funneled through this freaking NASA organization for how long? Since its freaking inception? So I don't think it can be received with apathy. I don't see it.
Then it can't be received.
It has to be, because if you get the pitchforks and the torches out, right, they're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and you're going to end up with people like Jaron was, where science has lied to us, you know, and you're going to see. It needs to be the apathetic approach is the only safe way to introduce this information.
Well, unless we could separate it like we've been trying to do. We've been trying to separate it from the topic of science and bring it to where it is geography. I mean, if people get an understanding of it, then, you know, I don't know. To me, it just seems like it's unavoidable. That's why I don't think it's ever going to hit its tipping point.
Yeah, well, I'll agree with Neil just a little bit there on the point that, you know, people will not be satisfied with being lied to, and industries making their billions whilst they're struggling to live. And the fact that the Earth is indeed flat all along. people who want the education system changed, etc., etc. That's what I'm hoping for. So that tipping point and the pitchforks may be a bit extreme, but people will be out there petitioning for a better education for their children, for the money they're putting down for the education that they're not getting.
Yeah, but look at all the people. Look at all the toes you're stepping on, right? The world knows Earth is flat tomorrow. That's a lot of toes you're stepping on.
Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right, Neil. Yeah, breaking feet as we go along. Yeah.
Well, we can't be. That's the thing. We've got to exercise
I think there will be. I think there will be a period when a lot of people will know the Earth is flat, but they will keep it quiet and secret to themselves without knowing that a lot of them already know this, because they will not know how many of us we are.
I think you'd be surprised.
Yeah, the people with money.
I think we're already there. I think that is already, as the case may be, people don't want to be mocked and ridiculed because they're aware that is the case. So I think there is a silent, potentially majority of people who do appreciate this. Anyway, shout out to Tony Ioming1. Hope I'm said your name right.
Tony Ioming.
Tony Ioming. I don't control anybody on the panel, right? I hope to have influence over the people that are surrounding me. That is the best I can hope for. So Tony's sentiment, I'll just read his super chat. Nathan, please stop Jin from making Effie look stupid. He goes on other Discords and shows the flat mockumentary with Bilu in it. Okay, I don't control him. I'm not his boss. I'm not his mum. So I've got only my power of influence over someone like Jin. And that's a tentative tightrope where I want to keep him on side. And I'm not his boss. I can't tell him what to do. He can do whatever he likes.
What's Bilu?
Yeah, it's not worth mentioning. I have no affiliation with Bilu. He's referring to the documentary called The Convex Stuff, the full documentary, which is an hour and a half. I happen to agree with the first hour and a half of it because the Brazilians took their time to go out and use measurements to prove that Earth is indeed flat. And I adhere to that. The other half, they were into Speculation Avenue. I'm not into the speculative part of that documentary, and that's it, basically. But apparently they did some other thing to do with some kind of alien or something, which I was not aware of that documentary. I've never watched it, not interested. So the guy who said whatever, no one controls me, man. You're the slave, not me. Thanks.
Yeah, but you just said you have no part in that. You're just paying attention to the first part where they mentioned Earth flat. So you don't adhere to the other part. So I don't understand why he's holding you accountable for that.
Did someone say convex Earth?
Yes, that's the documentary with Bilu in the bush.
Actually, Bilu does not make any appearance in the documentary.
He's in a
bush. That's a separate documentary about aliens. No, he doesn't. In the documentary that I'm referring to, which I've got a podcast and the documentary, Bilu is not even mentioned. It's not there at all. So that's something else that they've tried to convolute. Nothing to do with Bilu.
Who Bilu is?
I don't even know who it is. Some alien thing. That I like I said,
an alien. I got it.
Yeah, I haven't even watched that documentary. I never knew it was out there. It was out there before I watched The Convex Stuff, which came out in 2011. So, that's when they began it. Sorry.
Another shout out.
They began 2011.
One sec, sorry. Shout out to Unitox Femu, who says, height of your town is parallel with sea level. That's correct. I like using that. That's one I actually use on my family, Unitox Femu. So I literally only used that in the last 24 hours with my mother. So I was describing where I am and saying, we're about 250 feet above sea level where I am. And in order to describe where I am in Leamington as being 250 feet above sea level, you need the level to be parallel with the sea at my position to give that measurement. So in terms of Earth measurements, in the most simplistic terms, in terms of how Earth has been charted and mapped, in this case the topographical changes in the vertical, that's height, are described from sea level. So I'm all the way inland, I'm right in the middle of England, and I'm only 250 feet higher than the parallel plane of the sea at the coast, several hundred miles away. So when you describe your height of the town that you're at with feet above sea level, you're describing a parallel vertical measurement of Earth's surface. I love that. Shout out to you, Unitox Femu. I absolutely love that.
All right, so then hold on. Refracted, you're still here, right? I know you follow football. So that means for years, when the Denver Broncos play at a stadium in Colorado called Mile High, does that mean mile high above sea level?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Exactly.
Oh,
So you've got a parallel plane. So if you imagine that's, I don't know where Colorado is in respect to, I'm not clued up on my US geography, but in terms of where it is versus the sea, presumably considerably inland, but you're still only a mile up compared to the coast. So in terms of the vertical ascribed height measurement of the surface level, it's a mile higher than the coast. So there's only a mile difference between you inland and the coast in elevation.
that's pretty cool. And from what I understand, they're used to the air there. But other teams that come in, they have to adjust. So
Yes,
the
there is a
breathing is
pressure
not the
gradient.
same.
There is a pressure gradient, and the air pressure is lower the higher you go up.
Oh dear, did you say up?
Yeah.
I also said higher.
Higher? Yes.
Word, exactly.
And you also said gradient.
Every word described by John in terms of the pressure differential measured from sea level when going up perpendicular to a plane of reference, in this case sea level, for the altitude measured from sea level, for the mile that's different between the coast and Colorado, all measured from a flat plane of reference. The difference being your parallel position with respect to the measurement of sea level. So every single aspect of that description for how difficult it is for a footballer to breathe when playing a game in Colorado is to describe Earth flat about 6 different ways.
It's amazing how far we've come. But yep, that's it. Earth is measured flat. Can't get around that.
Indeed. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
I have to give an answer for how this works and how that works. Cool. Measured flat is the answer.
Make sure your tape rule is well oiled, so it's not rust and it don't pull out past an inch.
What it is he's trying to confuse the conceptual unit that he can write off, right? And say, oh, that's just arbitrary, made up. Right? You know, the conceptual unit is until you apply it to an aspect of reality.
Correct.
And then you got a measurement, and then you got to deal with it, because that is what it is.
Well, over here he says, because how would you learn that distances and angles don't fit flat Earth claims? That is called an assumption that you don't allow the possibility of failure. Huh?
No,
Don't fit flat Earth claims. What's he talking? What are the flat Earth claims?
Everything he said
one?
was an assumption. Everything he said was an assumption. That's what he's just done there. He's come from an assumptive position. Yeah, there you
got
go.
it backwards. He put the he got it freaking backwards.
It don't fit his globe. That's what he's saying.
Let's say it again. I'll point it out.
Because how would you learn that distances and angles don't fit flat Earth claims?
Right, but distances and angles require a plane of reference.
Correct.
So you see how he's flipped it backwards?
Yeah. Like I said, he's assumed everything, hasn't he? Silly ass. What a wally.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell him to join the show next time. I'm not going to entertain his things in chat, but exactly. I think what they do is they come in chat and they want to, and I don't want to time them out because then I lose all their information for everybody to see. But then again, they come in chanting and want to put their religion down. So if somebody new is coming in, I don't want them corrupted by it.
No, that's why it's good that you highlight that and, you know, highlight the stupidity in what they put down and let the listeners and anyone new coming in realize that. And then, like you said, throw the challenge down. Come into the server and present your case. That's what we want. Please come in. The door is wide open. Don't sit in the docks. Come out. Get in there.
What is the assumption of 1 inch? I want to figure out where the assumption comes in.
There is no assumption. 1 inch is an inch.
Okay, at 1 foot, what is the assumption?
There are no assumptions. 1 foot is 1 foot. It's measured to be 1 foot.
All right, well, 1 yard. What's the assumption at a yard?
Same answer.
A mile.
Same answer for that. There are no assumptions in measurements. They're just adhered to. You adhere to a measurement, and that's how you get distances, right? Now, you can calculate them as well, as long as it don't violate the measurement.
And you know you're heading in the right direction and how long it's going to take you to get to your destination using those measurements or whatever you're constructing, whatever. You know, no assumption there. You don't adhere, you're lost. Simple.
I'm trying to figure out what flat Earth claims are.
It's
Because
like
it's-
when what's that guy that was I'm blanking on his name. The guy that does the geometry stuff all the time. What is his name?
The school teacher?
No, he used to be a flat earther. Now he's
Well,
a
is it
true
Dr. Zach?
glober.
Was that Dr. Zach? Was it probably Zach?
Jaron?
No, the
Yeah.
true glober. He's the elder bear's daddy.
Oh, Bev. You mean Bev? Bev. B-E-V. Bev.
Yeah. Bev was saying that the measurement argument. Remember that? It was kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I remember that. You can do F4 with a fucking, an angle and stupid things that he used to come out with.
Yeah, but measurement is not an argument. That's what I try to get to through his thick skull. It's not an argument. It's just a statement of fact.
Right. And that's why I said, well, what's the argument for an inch? Like, what are you talking about? This nonsense coming out of your mouth. Measurement argument. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
They want to have relevancy. And when Divergent Droid first opened up his server, all of these people came flooding in, right? And for the first week, it was like insanity with Bev and Elder Bear. And I'm hearing, have you heard Elder Bear's argument? I'm like, I have no desire to hear any arguments. Why would I, when we've ended all arguments, just coming to an understanding that there never was an argument via measurements? Why would I listen to somebody's argument when we've ended it? Oh no, you gotta look at it. See, if you refuse to look at it, then you're gonna be proven wrong. So there we go again. What is the argument over an inch? Like you were just saying.
Yeah. In those situations, you just don't engage. You say, yeah, good luck. Bye.
It was a shame is that's somebody who, in a way, they're like Bam's not a flat earther anymore, is he?
He talks about the true globe nonsense.
Yeah,
he goes around saying he measures the Earth not to be flat. Really?
Yeah, he was never a flat earther. That's the first thing. So Bev and Berry, they were never flat earthers. They came in trying to convolute the flat earth movement as it was going through the long way around, as we put it, with all the arguing about the curvature, and we can see too far and blah, blah, blah. They were always trying to throw a spanner in the works. That's all they've ever done. Okay? Hence, they're still doing that now.
Right. Well, I'm fine with people, putting forth logical arguments to a premise that I put forward. I'm fine with that. That's how you come to truth when you're talking about stuff like that. But you have to make sure that you're putting an argument forward in a place that's capable of being argued. You don't put facts in if statements and think you're going to disprove the fact with it. It's stupid.
Yeah, exactly. That's why in Neil's case, he doesn't have to engage. He doesn't have to even look at the guy. Yeah. Oh, really? You just move on. Bye.
Well, he's trying to be relevant. He's trying to have some relevancy. Same thing with Bev. So instead of just getting on board, he chose, because Nathan used to promote his show. Nathan used to shout him out. Bev used to be okay. And then he got to a point where he said you could do F4 with an angle. I don't know if it's jealousy, pride, maybe a little bit of both, because they go hand in hand. But he went on this journey to say he measured Earth not to be flat because of mountains, hills, and valleys.
Yeah, and that's quite annoying because you see him in the beginning of his career, because I was following back then with all his leveling tool and his crew, and they were measuring horizontality. And it was like, and you know, I said to him, one of his videos, I said, watching one of your videos was therapy. Absolutely relaxing and embracing that horizontality that you leveled out for us, you know, using all that. I said, that was breathtaking. But then when it, like you said, after that, a few months down the line, half a year down the line, you can do F4 with an angle, was what I was hearing out of his mouth. Silliness like that. Just silly, really.
You know, the mountains, hills, and valleys, right? I've measured Earth to not be flat. Is Earth a mountain? Is Earth a hill? Or is Earth a valley?
No, it's not. And you're going to need the plane of reference to measure all of these things.
Earth is the ground we stand upon.
Well, Earth is a collection of all of our known existence. Right?
That's correct. But when you talk about measuring it not to be flat because of these things, you're missing it. You're missing that to measure any of them requires a flat plane of reference to measure deviations of any sort. For what?
Right, but the topology, right? Earth is not the topology that is on it. That's I think, a genetic fallacy.
Agreed.
You know, like, and then he turns around and uses the horizontal constant. Is that right, Jim? You say constant?
Yeah, that's right. The horizontal constant. You know it. Yeah.
Right. And then he uses that horizontal constant that applies to the entire Earth, turns around and uses that to describe hills and valleys with respect to it.
Yep.
And then that's a true globe. Some people just need their head examined.
Or just
like
to go
I said,
away.
they're agents in place just to convolute the place. That's all they're doing.
You want to say something, Central?
Yeah, some people need their head examined, and some people just need to go away.
Yeah, he's definitely a go away.
Yeah, sorry, Central, I interrupted you there, but I agree with your sentiment exactly.
Or he could have just got on board. I mean, geez, just lock arms.
Testing.
When I was explaining to Bev that he was using a fallacious argument, he said, but it's still an argument, isn't it?
Blah, blah, blah.
Somebody in
So,
Discord
Neil, you never saw the whole convex Earth thing when it happened? You didn't see Goldbusters and all them Rob Skiba and all them people, D Marble, calling game over because of this documentary that hadn't even come out yet? And then when people like me and a few other people started looking into these people who were putting out the documentary, we found out that they were con artists.
Well, wait, what documentary, Hop? What are you talking about?
I think he's talking about the Convex Earth, the full documentary with the Brazilians.
Yeah, the
Is that what you're
Convex
talking about?
Earth. Are you going to let me finish?
Yeah, Harp, I want to hear this.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm waiting for you.
Okay. Oh, okay. So let's see. Okay, so we told them not to. We told them. Okay, so we warned everybody that was saying game over with this ridiculous video that shows like a toilet in the space as the Earth. First of all, so you're going, where'd these people come from? And we started looking into it. Then we found out that this main dude was like doing breaking glass and stuff with his mind. He's a con artist. And then this little this little Bilu. It's like, what? And Bilu tells me that the earth is flat. Oh my God. So it took like 10 minutes to figure out that these guys were con artists, and they never even looked into them at all. They just had them on the show.
Hold on a second.
And then at the end of the show, they ate crow.
Okay.
And
These
they
people
laughed about it.
Are conspirators, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, like all of us. Neil,
What are you talking about?
what I'm saying is, Neil made it a profound statement about 6 months ago that all conspiracy roads will lead you to a flat Earth. So the fact that some Bilu spewing morons talking about flat Earth is not unexpected. That's by design. They have us reach this subject from conspiratorial. That's no different to the general public going, this same guy who says Earth's flat talks about 9/11 being an inside job.
But he doesn't have a little fake alien in the bushes. And, you know, they're not breaking glass with their minds, which he wasn't doing. It was, you know, just a parlor trick.
It's no different. It's just the same.
I don't see
of an idea.
Like, I wasn't doing any of that. And do you think 911 wasn't a conspiracy? Because anyway it happened, it's a conspiracy.
Right, but
No,
that
what
means
he's
that
saying is that-
you're offering up the same possibility of ridicule that they are. The fact that they've come from breaking glass with their mind or doing parlor tricks is no different to a conspirator talking about inside jobs of 9/11 to the general public. You're just some weirdo conspiracy theorist. They need to tar us with the brush of we're idiots. So what better way of doing that but having a certain type of person come across the subject of flat Earth? Then it doesn't matter how good a job they are doing of disseminating that fact, because you can just go to the next bit of information and go, oh, look, here he is talking about COVID. Oh, that type of person.
Right. It doesn't matter if the conspiracy is a conspiracy. As long as it's linked to a flat
Right,
earth,
I get you.
they love it.
Yeah, you're right. I know.
Guys, I was thinking of an idea. Like, example, what would happen if we have 10 viral YouTubers, like viral, like with the views of tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of views per video. We will have somehow suddenly them posting flat earth videos, and then what will happen? They cannot get cancelled just immediately, and you know, it will be an advantage to us.
What are you saying?
Like, to convince 10 viral YouTubers that are already making hundreds of thousands of views per video to post flat earth content.
They would see that as a detriment to their channel, and they would probably lose viewers.
I understand what he's saying. Like, if you got a guy talking about football and he's got 500,000 viewers, perhaps lean into him to put some flat earth material out there. But like Hop said, they won't do that in fear of losing everybody.
Okay, I'd like to clear up. There's a little bit of a misconception going on, a misunderstanding going on with these Brazilians. Remember, these Brazilians, when they did the Bilu thing, that was a separate incident to the flat earth thing. It was years later that they then decided to spend 7 years looking into this flat earth thing. It took them 7 years to make that documentary that they did. The Bilu aspect was something else entirely. And then one or two of them, one I would have to say that was a con man, doesn't write off all the good work that they displayed over the 7 years, proving flat earth with measurements.
But it does in the mind's eye of the public. That's the point. That's actually okay. Let's give you a different example. Did Neil deGrasse Tyson turn up to tell him how wrong they were?
Nope.
But what if you're a footballer or a singer? That is to say, you're not categorizable as a tard. You're just a singer. Then Neil deGrasse Tyson, the Globe Police, will immediately turn up and say, you shouldn't be talking about this. You need to be talking about our Earth's a sphere. You understand? Tyson will turn up. If you're a normie talking about flat Earth. If you're a conspirator talking about it, you don't need Tyson turning up. It's encouraged. Why would Tyson have to turn up?
I wouldn't say normal, Nathan. I'd say celebrity in that instance.
Yeah, celebrity. If you're a celebrity talking about flat Earth, then you're not a conspiratard. Let the conspiratards talk about this. You don't get to talk about it because you've got an air of credibility as a singer. You've got an air of credibility as a basketball player. You've got an air of credibility as a footballer. You can't be talking about flat Earth. We'll need the Neil deGrasse Tyson Globe Police to turn up to stop them immediately. But the tards, the Beeloo-loving tards and the conspiratard 9/11 pushers, they can talk about it all they like. It's positively encouraged.
Yeah, they're policing themselves. Basically, that's what's happening. So they don't need to get involved.
But the integrity of the measurements and the instruments used to prove those measurements, the integrity was well on display. So for me, it's a win. They shoot themselves in the foot.
For you, but it's tied into conspiracy, so it fits the bill. These guys are policing themselves. We don't got to get involved. They set it up like that.
Yeah. They shoot themselves in the foot. I'm loving it, like I said, because it's all the truth is slowly but surely coming out. So, I'm enjoying every moment.
That's actually delaying it. Because you got a guy, he maybe have all the measurements and using all the tools, but look what he's saying over here. He's talking about Beeloo and all this other nonsense. So it's going to be looked at as another conspiratard lined up with flat Earth. So therefore, flat Earth is a conspiracy as well. It fits the bill.
Yeah, look what they did with Nathan when they went down to Antarctica. Look, they didn't talk about the measurements they were making, and how they aligned everything to the plane of reference. They didn't do any of that. They accused them.
They didn't do a damn thing they said they were going to do. He said he was going to take infrared and measure the land, and he never did. Did.
That's not where John was
He
going.
actually did measure.
No, that's not where John was going. He was saying, like using me as an example, what did they go to when referencing Nathan Oakley? Carry on, John.
They went to Nathan interviewing someone 10 years ago who said that you would be turned away at gunpoint if you went there. They latched onto that.
Which is
That's
actually true.
what they need.
Try going there without permission.
Yeah, the fact that it's true or not true is irrelevant. It's a straw man that can burn. The danger comes. This is why we're so heavily censored currently. And I use we as a collective because that's what my shows are, our discussions on this matter. We are extremely dangerous because if we get exposed to, I don't know, name some famous basketball player that can say...
LeBron James.
LeBron James comes across Flat Earth Debate and goes, oh, I get it. Yeah, we just measure Earth flat. It's not that serious. And then Tyson turns up, woo, 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 excuse me, LeBron James, you can't be talking about Flat Earth. And he says to Tyson, well, your globe comes from those measurements. Then all bets are off. When LeBron James is handing Tyson his ass by saying, well, you haven't got a ball to believe in unless you accept that you've measured radius with Polaris. Do you not accept that measurement, Tyson? Suddenly Tyson's fucked. That's why we have to be kept from view of the general public. If the general public, normies, non-conspiracy people, start talking about what we talk about here on Flat Earth Debate currently, then the game is up. The jig's over. That's it. So what can we do? Well, we need all the people in the conspiratard realm. They can talk about it being measured flat, because what do you do if somebody comes out and says, it's not that serious, it's measured flat? Yeah, but you said you'd get stopped at gunpoint.
I can't think of the other basketball player's name right now. But
is it Irvine? Irvine.
Yeah, yes. Irving, right? So what he did was he did come across it, but he was linked to other conspiracies. So they just labeled him a conspiratard. But if somebody like LeBron James comes along, like Nathan says, all bets are off.
Or anyone.
Yeah, and Shake O'Neal. He came out with it as well. 3 of them.
It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't have to be any particular type of person. Just non-conspiracy person. So if you take Katy Perry. Katy Perry is sat across from Tyson, and instead of going, all right, yeah, you tell me all about how it's complicated and I don't understand my precious little head about how ball-shaped it is. Thanks very much, Tyson. You're such a god. Instead, she turns around and goes, well, the globe was made with flat Earth measurements, though, Neil, what would happen then?
Oh boy.
That would be the end of the discussion, wouldn't it? Because then suddenly she's putting Neil deGrasse Tyson between a rock and a hard place when he turns up to say, look, you aren't the type of person that needs to be talking about this. We need it to only be conspiratards that talk about flat Earth so we can mock them and strawman them. That's what we need. No one's going to mock Katy Perry. Yeah? And what do they get? They get pushed the other direction. What happened to Katy Perry? 2 years later, she's pretending to be in space. Right?
Can't make it up.
Right. That's right. You can't make that up. That's true. Well, they did make it up, actually.
Yeah. So that's why we're censored. Now, the only way we can go from heavily censored to being tolerable is if we don't incite hatred in your powers that should not be for deceiving them. As long as we're on a tip where we're suggesting to our audience that they need to be pitchforks and we need our money back from NASA, then we will continue to be censored. At the point that we can make it clear that someone like Katy Perry could hear our discussion and put it to Neil deGrasse Tyson that she doesn't care. It's not that serious. It's just measured flat. And yeah, I understand the ball. Yeah. It came from the flat Earth measurements. But who cares? What difference does it make if it's a ball based on the flat Earth measurements that we all need? Who cares? Then it'll be tolerable. Or tolerated.
That's wishful thinking, though.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying, but
hang on.
Thinking.
Hang on a minute. I don't think anyone's going to come on that the Earth is indeed flat and measured flat and all that. I don't think they're going to get it that way. I don't think so. I think people are not even going to be switching on if we go down that route.
That's why we've got to present normies doing it. That's why we've got to present normies actually doing it. So the guy whose TikTok video is shared with me by Jardo, he's not recognising how non-ball shaped he's measuring Earth. He's just measuring Earth flat. Now, the more we can just cover that, as opposed to us schooling ballers and how non-ball shaped it is based on the distance being too far on a ball, if we can veer away from that as quickly as possible and onto, here's a normie, he's measuring Earth flat. And no apologies, no discussion, no debate. It's just a statement of absolute fact. Here he is, here's his measurements, they are flat, the end.
I'm expressing to the would-be observer of your statement that the Earth is indeed flat and measured flat. You're definitely going to keep that so that it registers in their head, because I still think they may not get it. As you were saying the other day, people can be so stupid they don't know how to use a compass, as you were saying. So, do you understand? That's my fear. My fear is the message going to be impacting.
Nathan didn't say that. Nathan didn't say people are so stupid they can't use a compass.
No, I said if they don't know how to use a compass, Neil.
No, we were saying everybody knows how to use a compass. From grade school, you learn. People got phones now with a compass on it.
No, I'm saying to you that there are people out there, yesterday I said there are people out there who don't know how to use the compass and relate it to being on a flat Earth. Right, and Nathan was saying, if people don't know how to use a compass, then they're stupid. Don't listen to my show. Get lost. Go away, basically, or worse than that. So I'm just trying to be sure with Nathan now that you're showing these normies measuring Earth flat. I think the message is there, but I don't think everyone's going to get it because there are people who are not on that intellect level. That's what I'm saying.
The statement the Earth is measured flat is. The statement that the Earth is measured flat is not contentious.
Yeah, it's not intellectual either. You want it to be. They want it to be, but it's not. This one thing I know. Everybody uses measurements. Everybody measures something. Whether you're putting a picture on the wall or a rug, you're centering a rug on your floor, everybody, from your housewife to your freaking kid playing on a video game, they measure, they use, and they know how to measure. It's nothing intellectual about it.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, will the penny drop with those people who are not so clever, not so intellectual, not so, because I think when you say to someone, Earth is measured flat, I think only technically minded people are going to get that straight away, and out of 10, maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 may pick it up, maybe. But the majority will not connect.
Clear that from housewives to children use measurements. The penny will drop.
I doubt it very much, unless you elaborate. You're going to need to expand and elaborate on it. That's been my experience anyway. I'm going by experience of 10 years. So no, I don't think it's just going to work the way you put it. And I think if we're going to be very, very subtle, it's going to take even longer to get this message out there. That's all.
Yeah, but for 10
You
years.
say you go outside, right, Jin? So I do that, right, when I go fishing a lot. So the way I'll start it would be, does that sun look like it's 93 million miles away?
Oh my God.
And I get the person to go, And then I go to the water.
Hawk.
Then I go right down to the water.
Problem, and people
Why
like
are
you
you
with a
talking
problem.
when I'm trying to explain this? Why?
Because you're
Then I go right
suggesting
down to the water.
you're suggesting a false dichotomy that doesn't exist. You're suggesting that there's an alternative position that requires Earth be measured flat to propose it. So does that look 93 million miles away? Where's that value come from? From measuring flat Earth elevation angles to the sun, and then extrapolating out a radial value with Polaris, creating a model called heliocentric model, and then putting that model in orbit around the sun, and then having Huygens scale with that Keplerian heliocentric orbital motion, the
Why do you
distance
need all that
with this
complication?
assumption.
I just asked the person. See, this is what happens when you don't let me finish. So I start the conversation. Listen, keep those words in mind by saying something like, not necessarily that. A lot of times, yes. Sometimes it'll be diverging rays. I'll talk about the sun to get it started. Then I'll go right to the water because we're fishing. See? Then I'll say, I'm like, where exactly do you think this water starts to bend?
Oh my God.
Refracted had his hand up.
This is flat water. Is this not flat water? And the person can't argue.
I keep saying this, guys. I don't think you're really taking it on board. The statement that the Earth is measured flat is not a contentious position to hold.
Yeah, I can go right there with the water. That's exactly where you could go, right after you talk about the water.
You better do that straight away then.
So yeah, do that first then. So why ask about the distance to the sun being 93 million miles based on a heliocentric rhetoric? Why ask?
When's the last time you were fishing?
That's what
and then
happens
had
when
to
you
just went
interrupt
right to
before I
that?
finish talking. So why ask them where it starts bending? When the bend that's inferred comes from a derivation of the flat Earth measurement that is violating, to suggest that it could be, for you to ask why it isn't. Why not just say, well, the distance is flat, we measure Earth flat?
Bingo.
Bingo twice.
Yeah, there are many.
Did you
There
get
are
their
many
attention
roads.
first?
Hang on. Sorry, I was just going to say, there are many roads to delivering the flat Earth truth, and what he's put forward as looking to the sun, we're fishing. It's just one route. Okay, there are many routes to getting there. When you're dealing with people out there, you know, depending on what your situation is and what you're doing, that may determine how you're going to approach if that's what you want to do. Okay, simple, really. Don't shoot the man down, please.
Like I was saying though the other day, we're talking as if like we're trying to convert everybody and going out preaching about flat Earth and having these conversations every day. We're not doing that. If anybody asks us, we just say it's measured flat. Measured flat, mate. It's sea levels, the baseline for all elevation profiles, and it's as simple as that. Go and look into it and have a think. Come back to me and chat about it if you want. We're not out there preaching on street corners. We're talking as like we're like trying to just convert everybody at the moment. None of us are doing that.
Yeah, you're just pointing out how flat Earth is. Let the penny drop for themselves. Jeez.
I am prepared with and I have my smartphone with me, so I'm prepared to discuss and have discussions. That's always been my target, provided the time is right and the situation is correct, depending on where I am and what I'm doing. You know, I've done live streams where I'm hiking up, and then from the live stream, they're engaging the Japanese, and we're talking flat Earth as we're hiking up about the moon landings and everything else during the hike. So it all depends. It all depends, yeah. It all depends on the situation. There are many roads in different countries to deliver this flat earth truth. Like I said, don't shoot the man down. I'm one of those guys that wants to engage the world with the truth. Thank you very much.
You do realize
Like I
that
said,
when
the
we
sun
say
is just the starting point. That's all it is, a starting point. When you're fishing, if you ever do this, and I don't go to the corners with my posters and shit, I don't preach flat earth. I just bring it up to people who fish because they're more likely to start understanding.
Yeah, but you do realize when we say all roads lead to flat earth, we're kind of like mocking the roads that we went down. We're not freaking suggesting that, hey, go down these roads. We're bringing it right to it's culminating to a point where we're at now with measurement.
Yes. So we're at a point where we can tell next man, Earth's measured flat, and what our opposition, let's call you that at the moment, Jin and who was the other guy that was just talking a minute ago? Harp. Their position is, right, we're already standing on a flat road that's been measured flat for the flat measurements. If we walk along this road and use the road itself to create a ball, we can then ask questions about that ball of the person that we're trying to introduce to the flat road that we're already stood on.
Yep, that's pretty much sums it up.
We're saying don't go along this massive, long, winding path that takes the person to a ball with the use of the path itself. Like, why do that? Why take them to a ball for a 93 million mile distance when the ball that you're asking about, well, is that some 93 million miles away? Well, to ask that question, you've had to whistle past the flat earth that was used to create the ball to create that distance with. You've had to ignore it.
You know,
like that's what.
One second, You know, the only thing finally that got through to my son was the measurements. That's the only thing that got through to him was the measurements.
Okay. I just want to address what Nathan just said there. I think Nathan made a little bit of a mockery of taking it the long way around. That sometimes you can whistle past the earth is measured flat and then come back round to it. There's nothing wrong with it. It depends on the situation, the person you're talking with, and their level of intellect, and how you want to deliver it as well. You may not want to say it's measured flat instantly. You may go with is that sun 93 million miles away? It is not a crime. Oh, at what point does this sea begin to start curving? It is not a crime, okay? There are many ways of delivering the truth. I'm sorry. There isn't just one way, which is what Harp and I are trying to tell you.
It feels like to me
and
like...
we can whistle, hang on, let me finish. We can whistle past the earth is measured flat and come round to it. Give us our way of doing it. You'll never be able to take that away from any individual and their desire. Okay?
Sure, but it's like saying you're on horseback, going for a little ride on horseback. And you start the conversation, you know those unicorns? And then you trot along for several miles talking about how unicorns don't really exist and are just based on horses. When you're sat on horses.
That's a good analogy. And you keep sticking this intellect in there. I don't know why you keep saying intellect.
Well, the reason why I say intellect, because when Nathan delivers his spiel, you have to be intellectual to understand it. As Harp said, why so much complexity? As he said, that was the question. Sometimes you don't need to go that route to get it straight. It could be just talking about fishing and the penny drops for the guy right there and then. But then you mentioned the earth is measured flat, and then you've had to go the long way round to actually get them to understand. You see what I mean? So like I've said, and I'll keep on saying, there's more than one standard. Okay, and allow the people, as Nathan said a couple of weeks ago, allow the people to have their beliefs, allow the people to have their delivery method. Okay, as long as they're talking about flat earth and get them to understand they're not living on a spinning ball, they're doing a good job. Pat them on the back. Thank you very much.
Well, they're the same standards. Hold on, Neil. Those two things are the same. So when you say not living on a spinning ball, the not living on a spinning ball bit comes from the flat earth measurements. So there isn't two standards. The ball depends on the flat earth measurements to begin with. So to have the argument that you're on a ball means ignoring the flat earth measurements that created the ball to show the ball doesn't work to get them to come back to the flat earth measurements that the ball was based on to begin with anyway.
Thank That's coming around now. That's my Operation Mondai right now. Okay, I mentioned the Earth is measured. I showed them that, explained to them that in order to have your ball, it required this. Great. But then some people may need a bit more. So you're going to have to elaborate a bit more for that. And
Maybe that's the problem. You just mention it.
Yeah, the penny hasn't dropped yet. Yeah, so that's why I say sometimes one has to whistle pass in order to deliver. You know, like playing rugby, you take the long way around sometimes to get that try, and you get it.
I get what you're saying, Jim, but
Right,
what you're
thank
saying
you.
is you say you mention it. Don't mention it. Spend some time on the measurements. Then maybe you won't have to go into all the heliocentric nonsense of why we're not on a spinning water ball, how Earth is not, the oceans are not bending, or how we see too far.
Okay.
Spend some time in the measurements. Don't just mention it.
I just want
to make sure you guys understand me,
what you're
right?
saying,
because
Jim.
you're going way out there now. When I see somebody, a beginning point would be, do you think the sun is 93 million miles away? And then right to flatness.
Oh, no.
There you go again. How about just saying you're underwater? How about just saying
Leo, let me say.
Because you have to be here to see the sun the way it's like right there. And you can't deny
the beginning
it.
point is the measurement, mate. That's the first thing that's done. The measurement.
Exactly.
That is the beginning.
Right. And you want to go to a contentious point if you're talking to someone. You're not wanting to argue with them, are you?
No, absolutely not. No. When I mentioned the Earth is made flat, I'm taking them through the whole spill. I'm talking about the whole spill. I'm not just mentioning it in 2 words. I'm talking about the whole spill.
Refracted wasn't
I'm nearly
finished.
there. When I've done the whole
cut off
spill.
refracted.
Sorry, I thought he had finished. That's
Give
why
him
I
a
carried on.
second.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, John.
Well, when you're talking to someone and you want them to understand what you're saying, you don't start off with getting into an argument with them. You want to build on understanding so you can share information. And the statement, the Earth is measured flat, is not contentious. That is, without a doubt, accepted by both sides.
Okay. Have you finished, please? Because I like to do 2 points out. 2 points is when Hart says, do you think the sun is 93 million miles? That is not an argumentative question. It's just a question of opinion, perhaps, and then he can develop that. And when I actually mention that the Earth is measured flat, one deck, I go through the whole spiel, okay? And people are still asking. Do you know what I mean? So what do? You answer their questions, which is why I said earlier on in the pre-show today that I like to be that I'm glad that I understand the mechanisms of their stupid ball that I used to believe in myself, so I can articulate that and help them out of that mistake that they're making and that belief. And I think Harpy's is the same. It's just that he has his own way of delivering. And even you, one Deck, said it yourself a couple of weeks back that, people have got their own way of doing this. As long as they mention it at the beginning and follow it through at the end, in the middle at the end, it's fine. Okay. But there isn't just one standard at the moment. Okay, there are many standards out there. And what I mean by that is routes to delivering the truth to the people, if that's what you want to do, if you want to engage in this discussion of flat Earth. And basically, generally with me, it's a discussion. It's not an argument with people on the streets as such. Never an argument as such. It's because, like I said, I've got material that I actually show them on my smartphone as well. So I showed them, and I'm actually opening up their belief of the stupid globe ball and everything else, and how ridiculous it is, and how it's measured flat. Look at these people who are, that's what I do. So we bring an image type story to it, not just words. But I've got my smartphone designed for that. That's what I do.
When it comes to the nature of a surface, there are not multiple standards. There is only measurement.
That's cool. So when's the last time you've done that? When's the last time you've been outside fishing or something and you just approached somebody and said, Earth is measured flat?
They don't do it. They don't do it.
I'm tired of you guys looking to argue with it. Like, look, Jen said what he meant by standard is there are many routes. Many routes. Somebody brings up how GPS works, that's a route. You being the connection to flat Earth. Somebody brings up the horizon, that's a route into the math that uses, flat Earth measurements. It regardless, so there's no route. That's all I'm hearing him say.
Yeah, but every route is going to take you to a measurement. That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. GPS.
That's all I'm hearing him say. All I'm hearing him say is go, yeah, I agree with you. To the point where you push him far enough for you guys to argue. Why? You're in agreement. You're trying to force it.
No. You're not paying attention then, Eli, because they'll start out and then they'll say, what curvature do you see? Or something to that effect. So you're immediately going back into heliocentrism.
Jen just said these days, he'd lead on the front foot or whatever. Even if he's not, he's already straight up about telling you what he's going to do and what he's not. You're going to make it a fun, ongoing thing to talk about whether Jen will or not do what we know, every day. Is that what? Because that gets boring fast. Same conversation from yesterday happening today, even though I'm very clear on what Jen's point is or stance is.
Yeah, are you clear on our point, though? What we're trying to do?
How the hell could I not be?
All right, what are we trying to do then, Eli? What's our motive?
The same thing you was doing yesterday. The same thing we've been doing for a year.
Tell me what's our agenda.
You can't even put to us one point and its relevance to the conversation, can you?
The conversation is about Jen leading with the measurements instead of utilizing the ball and skipping the measurements. I heard Nathan say that.
Yeah, that's a pretty good summary.
No, but what's our agenda? Hold on. What's our purpose?
Because while I am following the conversation, you have people like Jen, like him saying, well, I'm not. It's forcing an argument.
What's our purpose then? Tell me what our purpose is. What we're trying to do.
Forcing an argument. That's my point. You don't need to force an argument.
No, we're not.
Like he just tried.
We're not trying to make an argument.
You're doing it now. I'm telling you what just happened is something that's unnecessary, and you're arguing me down about telling you that.
No, I asked you what our purpose is. What are we trying to do on Flat Earth Debate?
I told you it's the same purpose we've had for a whole year. So you don't need to ask me that.
Your phone is breaking up, Eli.
Yeah, your phone's terrible.
Slow down and relax.
Yeah, we need to get to the point where it's appreciated that, as John said, both sides use the same measurements. It is not in contention. So you need to take it immediately to that point that isn't in contention rather than asking them about something that is in contention. The distance, after Huygens' ingenious assumption of the sun distance, is contentious. The flat Earth measurements utilised to produce the ball are not. Both sides need those flat measurements. Quote Simon Dan, well, we don't only measure Earth flat. Well, why would he say that? Because he can't deny the flat measurements. He needs them. So that's the point that you need to get everybody to immediately. You need these flat Earth measurements for your ball belief. So what's that? We are all in the understanding now that there's a flat Earth measurement required. Okay, so Earth is measured flat then. That is the both beginning and end of the discussion. For them, they used to think that they could take that flat Earth measurement and then move forward in an argument about whether or not Earth's ball-shaped. I'm saying, no, let's not allow that anymore. At the point that we measure Earth flat, we measure Earth flat. Not, we measured Earth flat, now we can create a ball and argue about it.
Can I add 2p?
TP? Say again.
Yeah, I want to add my 2 pence worth.
Oh, go ahead.
Your top was 8 me. Go ahead, mate.
So this is a bit like you're watching the basketball players throw the basketball around, and ultimately the question is, how many times did I throw the basketball? And then when you ask them about the gorilla that walked across the back of the stage, everybody goes, what gorilla? Well, we're just pointing out the gorilla. We don't need to know how many times they pass the ball. We're just saying, check the gorilla out.
Yeah, whilst that might work for some people, there are others who need to understand the mechanism and how many times that ball was passed. So that road must always be crossed in order to get to the truth. I leave no roads uncovered is my motto, and it will always be. I will go down and explore every single road, the old ones and the shortcut ones, all of them, because you're going to meet people out there who don't get this shortcut immediately. So you're going to have to go down the old roads and bring them back round to the.
So you end
I
up.
totally disagree.
Please allow me to finish. Please allow. Because I've got a main point here, and it's this: because I am fully aware that when you meet these people for the first time, sometimes you don't have much time with them. If you've got an hour, you've got a result there. I always leave them with this. There will be people that try to move you away from this point. The main point is the earth is indeed flat and measured flat. Don't ever forget that, because that's what they're going to try and move you away from. And that's the truth there. And as long as you hold on to that foundation, you will never get lost when you meet other people who are trying to lead you into the stars. Stick to the ground, because there's a lot going on there. You engage people, you know what I mean anyway. But carry on.
So I engage people the same way, and I never talk about anything else but measurements. They can't take me anywhere else because I get them to agree to the measurements. Once Earth is measured flat, you can't go anywhere else.
Yeah. You see, the thing with me, Harp will agree with me here, right? Is that when you meet people, they've got untold questions they want answering, and you're going to end up asking them. And just saying it's measured. That, like I've said before,
no, I didn't say. All I say is.
No, I never said you did.
No. I'm going to interrupt like you do and say I don't do that. You do it all the time. I'm going to do it to you. No. I didn't say Earth is measured flat. I spent time on the measurements so they fully comprehend what a measurement is. Then they cannot go anywhere else. They can't go to a solar system. They can't go to curved Earth. They can't go anywhere.
That's not been my experience. They still have questions. That's the point I'm raising.
So when they're asking questions about how many times somebody threw a basketball and keep you arguing over that for 2 hours, 3 hours, you never get to the point that it's irrelevant.
Well, you see the newbie on the street that I've met, the average man, Joe Blog, Sue Blog and that, they don't go down that road. They're actually inquisitive because they have now been enlightened. So now they're trying to get rid of the other junk they got in their head. Well, what about this? Well, what about this? Well, what about this? That's the psychology at play. But if you're talking about the Globers that we meet on the circuit in the Discord, I just destroy them with all kinds of shit and leave them. What's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? They're staggering after what I've done to them with the truth at the end of the day. And that's part of my enjoyment of giving them a flogging. But the people on the streets now, that's a different character. They are the ones that are going to be asking you these questions. So you end up going down that road, and you're going down that road amicably because you're not arguing. They're genuinely now inquisitive and asking because they've got these beliefs that they want answers.
That's what I'm talking about too. Yeah. I'm talking about the people, everyday people. I hold them to measurements, break down what measurements are. All right, let's play role play. Refracted curvature, you still there? If refracted's there, I laid down that the Earth is measured flat. They fully comprehend it. Somebody turns around and says, okay, what about the seasons?
Seriously?
Go ahead.
You go, what about it? I've heard Jen say, yeah, seasons work on the flat Earth, so what?
Okay, what about the eclipse?
They work on the flat Earth, what about them?
And now you're into them saying, how do they work on a flat Earth?
No, you say
How do you know they work on a flat Earth? It only
say,
works
what
on
does
the ball.
this have to do? You say, what does this have to do with the Earth measuring flat? And then they say, you tell me, and then I say, that's not how I talk about the measurements of the Earth being flat. And then I'm right back on the same road.
May I tell you how they relate to the Earth?
Yes.
Those measures.
John, you just told me Earth is measured flat. I fully comprehend it. What about eclipses?
Well, eclipses are using the Cartesian plane to describe the relationship between the bodies with respect to the plane of reference. So you can describe their positions to claim that the darkening of areas on those celestial bodies are caused by shadows.
Yeah, I always say
You
that
know,
they don't prove. Yeah, go ahead, Eli. Go ahead.
You know, guys, the way I got through to Flat Earth was through the same conspiracy feast of nonsense that you're calling. And when I eventually heard about the measurements, was for me very, very, very important. Like right now, I'm super, super happy that I discovered these measurements because I was not paying attention to this. But if I imagine myself going into Flat Earth straight to the measurements, I don't think how I will react to that. I don't think I will
You can't know. You can't
understand.
say that though. You can know that.
Allow
Like,
him to
if
think about his own position. He's
Yeah, but he
stating.
can't say how he would have reacted.
Well, yes, he can, because he can recall
How do
his
you know?
frame of mind. Hang on, Neil. He can recall his state of mind and his psychological situation at the time as a believer, as a glober. So he could actually he can.
Well, I can too. If somebody would have told me about measurements right away, I would have been like, wow. As a matter of fact, as soon as Ted laid it down, the penny dropped. Everything else was a belief until Ted started talking about celestial navigation, the measurements, and how flat Earth is with circles of equal altitude. That's when the penny dropped. Through the measurements.
Yeah, it would have been the same for me, but I would still have one or two questions that I would need to ask. But the fact that that's level is fine.
The measurements are
that.
the measurements are very, very important. It's just
Absolutely.
that of my brain and the cognitive dissonance will not have the power to go over this just with the measurements. I needed the conspiracy something going through my
feast of
brain
nonsense,
to
they
wake
call it.
me
No,
up.
you can't make that
Sorry,
claim.
I've just got to pipe up
You
at that point.
cannot make
Sorry, hold
that
on.
Of
claim.
course you can.
Hold on a second. Hello?
Of course you can.
Hold on. No, you're wrong. No, you're making it sound like there's a position to have cognitive dissonance with. No. To have the ball faith, you also needed flat Earth measurements. Like Dan saying, we don't only measure Earth flat. That's a tacit acceptance that Earth has been measured flat by Simon Dan. Why? Well, because he can't deny it. So there isn't two positions to hold. Both positions rely on Earth being measured flat. If you want to perceive that as two positions, you're wrong. There's only one position because there's only one measurement of Earth's surface as a plane.
Right, I'm talking about the psychological condition of the individual who's been indoctrinated to believe he's on a globe. So the fact that the globe needed a flat up in the first place, that is not in their head. No way. It's not there.
Yeah, you got to bring it to them.
Right.
That's
I'm aware of that. Fully aware of that. But that's not in their head straight off the bat. So not even to me as a flat earther back in 2015. I didn't realize that they needed a flat earth.
But that's what I'm saying. If somebody would have broke down measurement to me, that's something I would have understood immediately.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I understood the measurement anyway, in that the Earth is not measuring at the rate it's meant to be. It's all that for me was dialed in, and that's what I've been successful in explaining to people and getting them to realize that Earth is flat and leveled, and the distances we travel are measured flat. Aeroplanes and stuff like that, big distances, all no curvature there. That's how I've been successful. So I understood it. So if someone said actually Earth is measured flat and it's been utilized flat and it's required even for the globe, and that would have just been even more power to my elbow. Yeah, of course. The penny would have dropped big time and I would have used it even more. But there are people out there, though, like I keep saying, that don't understand that, and you're going to need to elaborate on that. And even a Queen himself said it himself. I'm telling you, you know that. I'm not going to get away from that.
I think
I know.
Critique is with you is that, yeah, you know that the Earth is measured flat. That's the only way that it can be measured for both sides. Even the globe requires the Earth to be measured flat. Now, of course, they have excuses, and they want to whistle past the graveyard by saying, well, it's only locally flat. But even with their own tools, just like I believe the other day, the guy was basically trying to use a theodolite, but the theodolite actually requires perpendicular. So even when they do bring something up, the only thing that they are talking about when they talk about a measurement, they're talking about a measurement of the flat Earth. They're talking about a measurement as far as perpendicular. If they talking about anything that requires vertical, you have to explain to them in the first instant, if you're requiring a vertical for anything, it requires a horizontal plane for it to elevate from. So,
absolutely,
yeah, is that nothing wrong? There's nothing wrong with you basically saying, hey, go ahead and give me your little globe proof and allow them to talk and speak about it. But you have to put it back to your point. You don't want to basically just talk about globe proof, or you don't want to be stuck debunking the globe.
Yeah.
You want
I
to have your point across while still addressing their point. You still want to get your point across and basically explaining to them, well, actually, me and you both can agree on that the Earth is actually measured flat here. That me and you both can agree on whenever you do any navigation, any measurements of distance is actually horizontal. So north, south, east, and west, that's horizontal linear distance. If you do anything in miles, kilometers, that's a linear distance. Whenever you do anything, right? And then whenever they want to show some type of expression and say something about gravity, plumb lines, Coriolis effect, things within that nature, even when they take those measurements, they still require a flat Earth to do it. So you still want
I fully understand this, and I'm actually very amazed now that I understand this. I'm very happy that I finally get to understand this stuff. But what I mean is, when I was not realizing this, when I was never even think about the measurements, I was only in the conspiracy piece of nonsense area. I would never. Like if ever, like for example, my stepfather told me to just go look into flat Earth. If I go in the Google and in the flat Earth stuff, it's only about measurements. I don't think I will understand that. I don't think that I will have even interest to understand it. Like I'll think it's just like a mathematical stuff.
Are you repeating it again? You're repeating the same freaking thing.
Yeah, but this is a psychological position. That's his position. That's his position, Neil.
We come to understand that knowledge through information that is true, not through not true.
You're using past future tense. Like, I wouldn't have, future tense, thought about it in this way, past tense, if I didn't know. Like, Neil's objection is, you can't know how past tense you would have felt like it now that you have future knowledge. You can reflect on it. Retrospectively, you can discuss it. But you can't know how you would have reacted back then in a future text context. You can't do that. You can't say, if I'd have found out back then about measurements, I don't think I'd have been interested. Well, how do you know? You've got a time machine. Are you going to go back and ask yourself in the past if the measurements are of interest to yourself or not? No, you can't do that. That's why Neil's objecting repeatedly. You can't know how you'd react to the measurements, past tense.
Yes, you are right. You are right, Nathan. I could not know, but at least the one thing I know for sure is that the path I took for sure had a purpose. Like for sure, it helped me to understand the measurements after all of that feast of nonsense.
Yeah, I've told myself that lie too. Yeah, my 10 years wasn't a waste of time. I had to go through all this conspiracy nonsense, otherwise I wouldn't have got to the measurements. Well, I'm just going to call bullshit.
It wasn't a waste of time, though, Nathan.
God.
It was, for me, it wasn't anyway.
Oh, my God.
Me, it was certainly not.
My God. Still in the middle of the same fucking sentence. No, I can bullshit myself that would be the case too. But I don't think it is. I think if you just present measurements, given that it's, as John pointed out 3 or 4 times now, it's not contentious. If you say, oh, past tense, I might not have been interested, I'd have carried on, talking about a ball that relied on those measurements? You'd still need those measurements, though.
Okay, yeah, I would also agree. I agree. I agree. It was a waste of my time.
Me too.
Why? Because at the end of the day, what do I want? I want the awareness of the Earth being measured flat to be to the point where it's being handled in a serious manner, even, in mainstream. That's not happening. So I definitely feel like I wasted my time, because now I have to fight not only the people who think like this, but my friends who think like this, to explain to me, every time I explain to someone who may be experiencing a little bit of cognitive dissonance. I have, flat earthers left and right stopping me, talking about, no, they need to go through what we went through. They're not in the space, the mental space that you were in. So you can't lead with the flat earth measurements. Fuck you, yeah, I can.
Yeah,
use my
I agree.
language.
Well said. I totally. Hold on. What's that noise?
That's what's going on today.
Can you hear that?
Sorry, Nathan.
What's that noise? Oh, it's Bilu in the bush. What do you say, Bilu? It was always a globe to begin with. No, we needed
mate.
the measurements.
I'm still here. Don't you worry.
I just want to add something. The measurements
one man's position is another man's not same position. So basically, for me, the 10 years has been a great experience, wonderful time of it. And I'm going to use every facet that I've learned from it to deliver that truth, plus our new findings that we have now. It's all going to come to bear. So for me, I've enjoyed it all the way. I may start off with the earth measured flat first. I may not start off with the earth measured flat first, and it will come round. That's my choice of how to deliver it with the knowledge I carry in my head. Okay? That's me. And Bilu, I have nothing to... I don't even know who the fuck that is. All right, Bilu, lover.
Wait.
Yeah, but you're just being an
the first
enabler.
time when my stepfather told me to go research flat Earth, and you will believe me, I thought he is joking, and then when I finally did, because I saw him, he's very serious about it. I think the first two things from the Eric Dubai video that got me really question the globe was I think the rivers flowing different way, downward, upward, and the airplane pitch up, and how can they go past the globe if they don't pitch down, and stuff like that. Like, I think if I saw the measurements first, it would probably took me longer time to understand than
you can't say that.
things.
You're doing the same thing. You're pissing me off.
Well, what I'm hearing him say is, I would have been stuck thinking about a globe which doesn't exist, trying to figure out and make sense of things that have nothing to do with reality, when someone would have come and told me, well, it's just measured flat. That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying.
No, I'm talking to him, Neil. You're not the only person. You got to listen to me and everybody else talking at the same time.
I know that, Eli. But you're misrepresenting people when they say Earth is measured flat. We're talking about
Neil,
that the globe comes from flat measurements as well.
To me you're not even responding in a sequitur fashion, because you're not even talking about what I'm talking about, because I'm responding to him, not you.
I'm responding to him.
To me about.
And I'm responding to him. How are you going to be stuck in a dilemma when somebody tells you the globe came from flat Earth measurements?
So explain to me why your son is not a flat earther then, because I'm tired of this bullshit. Explain to me why your son is not a flat earther.
I'm getting gas. I just told you that's the only thing he does comprehend, wise ass.
Explain to me why he's not a flat earther, since he comprehends that then. Exactly. And that's everybody else's point.
No, not exactly. I'm getting fucking gas, asshole.
No need.
Pardon me. Can I try this one more time?
Yes.
And then I'll let it go. When you're talking to someone, if you want them to take on board knowledge or to accept information, giving them into an argument is not the best way to do it. I think we all understand that inherently. You always build on a position of what is known so that you have an epistemological understanding of the topic being discussed. And when you're talking about relevance of Earth's surface, the only standard that can be used is measurement. If you're not talking about that, you're not talking about flat Earth. And
ain't that just the point? Let's not talk about that. let's talk about everything but Earth's measurements, because then we will get an epistemological agreement on both sides, because they're both using the same damn measurements.
Well, I'm always talking about flat Earth and how it's flat and how it's measured flat and how they've missed the clues to the flat Earth. That's a lot of flats coming out of my mouth, that's for sure. And I enjoy discussing and engaging with people. And I will take all the avenues that I've learned over the 10 years to do that, because I enjoy doing that. And that's what I'm always going to do.
Oh, me too.
Okay. And I'm always going to enable. I'm going to enable discussion. Sorry, I'm nearly finished. I'm going to enable, as Neil calls me, an enabler. Yes, I'm always going to enable people to have these conversations with me. Lovely. Carry on.
Me too. I think that it's useless to discuss the Feast of Nonsense now. I really think it's absolutely useless. What I want to express is that the person who, like the normie, who just first come to flat Earth, they will suddenly hit by a realization that something is wrong. They cannot immediately be hit by that when talking about measurements, because they have to think about it first. But when they're hit with the simple question, like the water is always level or other stuff like that, they will question and they will want to search more, and then they will eventually find other stuff like the measurements, like what I did.
Your premise
like I researched so much that I finally found Nathan Oakley.
Your premise is loose, that you're gonna walk up to someone and they're not gonna understand the measurements, so you rather talk about water, this, that, third, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're not even giving us a context in which, why are you having the conversation? Because I'm always putting myself in a situation where someone's asking me. So since you're gonna ask me, I'm gonna give you what I'm giving you. So why do people keep running into these situations where they're stuck having to be a slave to someone's misunderstanding? How are they asking you anything if they don't even understand anything? Why are you letting them ask you random questions that are going to pull you down these avenues that are totally unnecessary?
He was talking through you.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about a face-to-face conversation. I'm talking about
that I'm not actually responding to what he's saying, because he doesn't understand my point against him. Nathan already told him. I already heard Nathan explain to him. Like I forget what Nathan responded to him with.
That's why I'm getting upset too, Eli.
It's like he's not hearing.
Wait a second. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the debate. I'm talking about personal, individual research online. Like you're home alone, and then you're gonna just search flat Earth and stuff like that.
No,
like you're alone.
If you're
you don't
at
have
home
any idea
alone, who
about.
are you talking to be asking any questions? Nobody.
He said online, Eli.
All right, if you're online searching stuff up alone, if you're searching, who are you talking to? Nobody. So again, don't put this bullshit crap scenario where it's like, oh, I talk to people and they just don't understand that it's flat. You're a piss poor person of explaining it then, because I've never had that problem. I just wait until someone gets frustrated enough. I just wait till somebody gets frustrated enough to ask me, well, what the heck are you talking about? Or what the heck am I asking you? And then they're going to reevaluate what they're actually asking me, what the question is. I
never said that. Actually, if I ever talk to someone face to face, I will hit them with the hard truth of the measurements immediately. I will not waste time. It's just that I'm talking about the people alone at home who just want to research alone online.
What about them? What about them? What about them? What about them?
I told you earlier.
I am one of those people. Yeah, you know what attracted me to Nathan Oakley? The first thing I thought was, well, how do we know the distance to the sun, which is a measurement, right? Supposedly. Oh, find out that there's some assumption of Venus size, which is the same size of Earth. Okay, how did we measure that then? I was always on the measurements. What the hell were you on when you were there?
Damn, Eli, you were ahead of all of us.
2 weeks.
And my son is a flat earther. He just refuses to give up his space. But he knows damn well, because I broke down the measurements, and he understands measurements.
Yeah, didn't I mention that before?
Yes,
Hi guys. By the way, hi guys. By the
you don't
way,
know.
excuse me. I was
You don't
talking. I was talking.
understand
Whoever
that.
this is, whoever this is, I was talking. Whoever this is, I was just speaking. I was just speaking about 3 seconds before you said something. First of all, what's up, guys? And I was saying to Neil, weren't we just talking about this as far as how you can be a flat Earth and still believe in space? Wasn't I trying to explain that before? How the feast of nonsense between so-called anti-globalists who call themselves flat earthers, but they can't let go of the space. I just said
that's
that 2
my
days
son.
ago.
My son is not ready to give up the fantasy. I don't know, but he understands measurements. He knows what's measured. What's confusing him is the 2 points in the sky. And I just don't know what the sky is. So what am I going to say to him? False dichotomy? I've said that already. But, I don't know what the sky is. Sky is not the earth.
And that's the whole problem. That's why a lot of anti-globalists who call themselves flat earthers, they can continue to have the argument other than the measurements by talking about everything else that's, this Narnia type of thing and make us look stupid. And so indirectly by saying they're flat earthers and saying it is, just like the Flat Earth Society had the pizza pie version floating around in space, just like most people like Professor Dave uses as his way of ridiculing flat Earth. So, like I said, that's why I said don't indulge in any of the stupid dichotomies and the stupid paradigms that anti-globalists say or that globers say.
Right. And let me just clear something up. We don't discuss it in my house. I listen to my show and that's it. I think the last time I had a conversation with my son was, it was a couple of years ago because Brian was still on the show. I think when we first got the pitch data, I mentioned it to him again. We just don't speak about it. I listen to my show and that's it. But I don't go out to try to convert my son.
No, I didn't mean you. I didn't mean you because I encourage.
No, I was clarifying something from earlier.
Oh, okay, yeah. I encourage you to keep drilling your son to, because he's at least he's halfway there.
I'm not drilling him.
Yeah.
No, I will not drill him. I don't care. Listen, I don't care. It does not matter to me. It does bother me because he's Christian, right? And the Bible says what it says, and it says nothing about a globe. That part does bother me when supposed Christians, Bible-believing Christians, adhere to a heliocentric system. That bothers me.
Well, we're not talking about Christians. We're talking about your son who happens to be a Christian who does not believe in the globe, but he believes in the flat earth, underneath, just like we say, what does the earth have to do with what's in the sky? So that's his argument. He feels that the earth is flat. It's measured flat. However, above is space and the dichotomy that Armstrong and all of them supposedly traveled. So that's what I'm saying.
I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah. I don't know if that's how he feels because I still think in his belief it's a globe, even though he totally comprehends the measurements. But that's interesting how you just broke that down.
Yeah.
Because I wonder if that's how he's thinking.
That's what I was saying the other day. I was like, some of these people, they'll admit, Flat Earth Society admitted that it is flat.
I've been saying that for a long time. Look, it's not, the globe is nothing, it's not a big thing. It's not a big deal. What it is the religion is this. Like the globe just happens to be in the creation that is the awesomeness of the black vacuum void of space in which we came from the Big Bang and somehow gas and rocks and all of this, we were birthed. But also there was the step of like apes or something. Like people don't believe this until you start asking them stuff like what's the shape of the earth have to do with science? Now they want to talk about evolution in the beginning of time. It's the space is the religion. The ball just happens to be in space. So when you say he comprehends the measurements, that doesn't. What good is that if he thinks he's in space? When he thinks he's in space, he's going to imagine from that vantage point what it looks like to look at him on Earth. He still thinks it's a ball, even though it measures flat.
Yeah, he hasn't acknowledged
his interpretation of it on the Earth is flat, but it's still a ball. That's a problem.
He hasn't acknowledged
Hold on, Jen, 1 second. I understand that, but that don't bother me. What bothers me is that he's a Bible-believing Christian that's adhering to this. That's all.
Well, you're a perfect example. You've given your best spiel. He understands it, but he doesn't accept it. What's gone wrong there? Something went wrong. What's happened? Okay, there you are.
How old is he, Neil?
23. But listen, my son, that's his thing.
You got to get him mad.
I'm not
you got to get him
forcing him to
mad,
believe
Neil.
anything. What I want him to comprehend is what the scriptures are saying. The scriptures are not saying anything about a globe. All I want
You got to get him mad.
Yo,
you got to get him mad. You're doing the wrong thing. That's it. See,
I don't want to convert him to flat Earth. I want to convert him to the true scriptures.
Okay, you keep trying to give him instead of giving him a road to go down. It's like, because here's what I mean, or this is what I mean that you could.
Holy shit.
This is what I mean that
I haven't talked about it in 2 years with him. So how am I giving him anything?
But, it doesn't. But listen to what I'm trying to tell you though. And I forgot what I just forgot that fast.
You were talking about roads.
Get it? He needs to be upset. Like he needs to be upset. Like his experience of Christianity in the Bible is the foundation is there. Maybe it needs to be ripped up because it's like he's on autopilot. Why don't you get him mad about what they did 500 years ago and why they still have his mind captive? Would you let him know how many people had to die for him to believe what he wants to believe? Why don't you get a little more psychological with it, Neil?
Yeah, Neil, because
I'm not interested. Because I'm not interested in that. All I wanted to do was understand the scriptures. And if he's saying to me he believes and he's a Christian, then you can't validate the globe with the scriptures. That's my only problem. If these pastors and people standing at the pulpit promoting a globe when the Bible is totally contrary to it.
Okay. Neil, what my point was, you said your son believes the earth is flat, but he still believes in space, right?
I didn't say he believes it. No, he doesn't have it. He understands.
He understands. Okay, understands.
He can't sit there and fight with me when I bring up the measurements.
Got you.
Let me finish, and then you can properly assess what I'm saying. Nobody wants to let anybody fucking finish. This is what I'm hearing lately. And now I got to go because I got a situation with a fucking cop. Thank you.
What I was saying to Neil was, once whether concede, admits, bows down, says whatever, to the measurements of flat earth, he's there. He still believes in space, which is a lot of anti-globers. So stop saying I'm trying to use scriptures to convince him there is no globe. Let's assume he has come to the point where there is no globe. However, he still believes in space. Back to the same equivalent dichotomy that I was saying at the Flat Earth Society and Professor Dave and all of them, pseudo-Professor Dave, push as to ridicule the flat earth as a conspiracy and this dumb pizza thing floating in space. All right, now if you're trying to deal with the scripture and you're trying to have them come to the scripture, then all you have to do is just keep drilling the point of the firmament and let them understand that the firmament in itself blows out that space.
No. I'm offended because I don't feel like what I was saying was understood. Because again, like I want what you want. Because what you're asking for is totally reasonable. I be in the scripture and believe what you're reading and all that. Yeah, I get that. You understand better than anybody, Neil, that we live in a world that is literally made to contradict the scripture. Literally, like it's to read it, accept it to mean something other than what it says. That's the world we live in. How do I know that? Oh, I can go away from scripture and go back to flat earth. How come I've taken all of this flat earth information as globe information when it's been there the whole time? So you sitting here saying you just want this, you just want that. You have to address the problem.
Well, with regard to the flat earth topic, to me, the three main scriptures, which is Joshua making the sun stop, the circle which the Most High looks down upon and sees us as grasshoppers, and the firmament are three things which blow the heliocentric thing out the water. To me, if you want to be honest, if you want to be ingenuous and interpret the scriptures for what it is, despite what a Danny Faulkner fake person wants to try to misconstrue it or try to deceptively use the words in different ways. Those three parts right there prove on every single argument of the heliocentric as being false, because the Bible says he stopped the sun. For us heliocentric, sun doesn't move. Another thing, a circle is not a globe. You can look down upon a plate. It's not a sphere or globe. It's a circle. Okay? And the last one, which was the firmament. If there's a firmament, then you can't go and land on any rock on any moon. So those three things basically, to me, crush the heliocentric basic dichotomies.
Okay, good. Now, well, I mean, now that you've said that, this is coming after, like in Neil's case, his son, although understands what the measurements are, hasn't accepted it as he's living on a flat earth. That's what it seems like here. So he wants to use...
He admits he's living on a flat earth. He just believes...
Oh, does he? Are you sure about that?
Thank you. I'm telling you.
Jen is right.
I'm telling you. His son agrees, understands that his measurements...
Okay,
the way he put it was
so
he understands measurements, so he can't not understand. That doesn't mean he admits it.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Listen more.
Yeah.
And when I asked Neil, like, how old is he? He got to
23.
say 23, and then I was just drowned out and cut out for my next, whatever. And Neil was exactly right. You don't let people finish. I just started, and you crushed it.
I hadn't finished what I was saying, though. I was cut off. I was ready in the middle of what I was saying, but I'll let you go first. Go ahead, Harp.
Don't go in the cave.
The thing is, right, it doesn't really matter because he has something to deal with now of a cop. He might have just gotten pulled over because he was yelling at himself. I have no idea. So I'm not going to tell him when he's not here.
Yeah, no, right. I was just going to say that, this is coming on the back of giving the best explanation. And now you're going to go to the scriptures. Right. Well, that's not a crime. That's what you're going to do. That's what you're going to do. You're doing it exactly as I do it, but we go to other roads and proofs.
To different standards, huh?
So he's 23 years old,
double
right?
standards, maybe double
there we
standards?
go. Thank you, Eli. Thank you.
So he's 23 years old. I have a grandson, I think is a year younger. I'm not exactly sure how old he is. The only kid I have that I don't know how old he is. But I'm not sure if he understands flat earth. I know my son does. I didn't even have to tell him. He kind of knew. He found out and he just was like, yeah, I know. And so I started talking to him about it. This was years ago, too. And I was surprised. And then, of course, I was telling the kid when we were building one of his decks, and he was looking at me like I was, nuts. And then his dad backed me up. And then he started thinking. Now, I haven't really gotten to talk to him in a couple of years. I may be able to talk to him in a few weeks. That would be cool. Find out. But yeah, if the kid's Christian, and that's a main belief in his mind, and he understands in his mind that the Bible is real, that's a flat earth book, period. So it's a good way to go.
Before your kid got conceived, you already know the earth is flat, right? Like before you make the kid.
And you can tell them this Bible is accurate. And the circle does not mean sphere, because they've been trying to insert some kind of long lost Bible. I don't know. Starts with a B or something, and where it says, and God sits on the circle of the earth. It's defined as sphere in this particular book. So how much sense does that even make?
But
God
what I mean is, before you created your child, you are still a flat earther before you created your child, right?
Only by default, maybe not by realization, but by default, yes. I can honestly say that when my wife conceived, I was definitely a flat earther by default, but not by realization.
So maybe it can transfer to him from the genes, like at least some subconscious.
No,
something
seriously
subconscious.
speaking, all my children are flat earthers, and they knew it the day that I realized it. Okay. And then after 8 hours of video viewing, collecting material, okay, put it on the whiteboard. Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back. Now, what is the shape of the earth? This will be in December 26th. So I'm already in advance of the date and everything. Then I went upstairs and engaged the family. And all the children agreed that the earth was flat because they described the experience of living on a flat earth. And that's because the eldest was 15. Second one was 15, that's 13. Then you have 9, and the youngest one would have been, 15, that's 6 years old. Okay, so that's how young the children were. And they'd been traveling, they'd been camping, so they've had outdoor experience big time. 2 of them had climbed Mount Fuji with me as well. So they've done a lot of things out there, snowboarding, canoeing, you name it, we were doing it. Okay. Now, when I asked them about how does an aeroplane fly, they showed me horizontal flight. I said, but doesn't it fly like this? We're meant to be on a globe. No, Dad, it doesn't. Okay, right. So they knew the earth is flat. The last time I spoke to my son was last week, the second oldest one, and he was talking to his friend about it. That's why we're talking about flat earth. He said he spoke to his friend, and now his friend knows. There you go.
Excuse me. Do you know what else? You know what? You know what else he throws up to me too? He brings up all the nonsense I used to parrot back in the Feast of Nonsense. Oh, you said Sagnac was an experiment. Now you changed. You said Mickelson-Morley was an experiment. So he's been paying attention for years, but he throws up the Feast of Nonsense. This is years ago, nothing lately. But if I remember, that's what he used to say to me. And the latest thing was the 2 points in the sky.
This is what I'm saying. You've given him the best spiel with how Earth is measured and utilized flat, but he's still going off to other things. Like I said earlier on, people will do that.
Yeah, I think it was a detriment, though, by being involved in the Feast of Nonsense and claiming those things, because those things he throws in my face now, like ice walls.
Okay. Here I go. Now I'm double Dutch. I jumped in. This, what I'm gonna say, as like a semi question, is only for John Refractive and Eli and Nathan. Again, for those 3, please do not interject or answer. Now, the point that I was trying to say was, as far as the anti-globers, and let's say maybe somebody, not saying that your son is like that, for those who are coming around to understand the measurements are irrefutable, that we're not living on a globe, that the earth is not shaped like a globe, or no sphericity to the globe. Okay. For those who are like the Flat Earth Society and the people that ridicule Flat Earth, that say they want you to believe that you live on a disk that's floating around in space, or maybe not even floating around in space, but space exists above, and there is an infinite above, altitudinal, not around what's below and all that, but everything above, all the way across the plane, for as infinite and as wide as it goes, and man has no clue. Above, altitudinally, in that measurement, is infinite space above. Let's say that's the dichotomy that they think about. And so with that being said, where the convolution can come in from a person that's like that, that's an anti-globe and not a real flat earther, is to then use those feast of nonsense thing to explain why space exists using the gravity thing, which we're not going to indulge in. We already know we already debunked all that stuff. And then they'll say the things as far as, how high the firmament is, but in between that firmament and that flat earth. So some people probably believe that they can still exist. We're not talking about the globers. We're talking about the anti-globers and the pseudo-flat earthers who are still caught up in the fence to believe that there is the dichotomy of the heliocentric above, not around and underneath and on the sides, but above, as we all live on the terrestrial infinite plane. Now, John, Eli, and Nathan, at the end of the day, even with the measurements being substantial and irrefutable, mine is the gravity, bull crap. Can you agree that that can be convoluted and be mixed up for a confused wannabe flat earther?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all my point was. For the past few days and just now. And that might be where he stands.
See that right there?
I'll ask him.
See, now mind you, remember the other day I had asked my girlfriend and her friend. Well, actually, my girl already knows that I'm a flat earther, and her friend is actually already a flat earther. I just didn't want to drag them into that conversation that day. But I just asked my girl just now. I said, "You remember when you asked me if the earth is flat, what's underneath?" And she said, I don't know if I can remember. She said, "I think you said you don't know, or you like what something about why, or," and I was like, "Yeah." I said, "I don't know. How is it relevant?" She's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Did I explain anything to you? Like, did you try to?" She was like, "No." That's like what's wrong with y'all and your ability to say, "What's it to you?" Oh, so how do you explain gravity? My response is, what's that have to do with what I'm talking about? Because I'm not going to let them drag me into a conversation I don't need to be having. I don't have what am I explaining gravity for?
Ask Nathan what he would say.
Well, I just want to acknowledge Eli. I completely agree with your sentiment. What you're saying, Eli, is if you're describing how Earth is measured flat and somebody starts asking you, well, how does gravity work? Your response is, what the hell does that have to do with what Earth is measured as or how we measure Earth? And the answer is none, doesn't. Now, if they want to say, well, obviously, we've got us being held to a ball, you could get into the wrangled angle of saying, well, that's perpendicular to a plane of reference. You're measuring flat Earth for gravity. But your sentiment isn't that. Yours is, why am I even having this discussion? The one has got nothing to do with the other. The fact that I can link it to a flat Earth measurement is almost inviting them to have the debate with you. When you're saying, I'm not going to have this debate, I'm stating a fact, and I'm not going to move away from that fact by answering your questions, because there's no need for me to answer these questions. The one has nothing to do with the other.
Hold on,
Right.
That's what I do,
Well,
Eli. How you taking my position?
Yeah, well, that's what I would do as well. That's my business.
But even still, like, if a person's giving pushback, it lets me know how genuine they are. Because if I'm put in a position where I'm like, what's that got to do with anything? It's because I know about it more than you, smart guy. So at the end of the day, you're going to have to expose that you're not trying to figure out why I think the earth is flat. 2 minutes into your explanation of gravity that I didn't ask for, I'm going to point that out to you. I'm like, you realize you came to me asking me this, and now you're preaching. Does that not seem weird to you? So again, what does gravity have to do with a flat Earth measurement? You know what happens? They run out of steam because there's no link there. So they do stop. They stop and they go, okay, you're right. What were you saying?
I say it differently.
That's
I
right.
just say, did you hear what I just said? I just told you Earth is measured flat, and you ask me about gravity.
Yeah, I say non sequitur. It has no relationship to what I'm talking about. That's how I respond.
But there's a little bit of. So the reason I do it the way that I do it is because I realize, like the way you guys just said it, both of you, you're telling them.
Yeah. I'm telling them. I got you.
When it's me, I'm going, what do you mean? Because now I'm forcing you to tell me. But if you're not, if you don't know enough to tell me, I'm going to just go, oh, okay, well, back to what I was talking about. I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to help you. Tell me.
Oh, so now that's the reason why that guy put that response in chat. By us saying that Earth is measured flat, we avoid answering any questions. So that's what he's talking about. Now I understand it.
Are you kidding?
And I am. That's exactly what I'm doing.
and you don't get sucked into the feast of nonsense talk. No matter what it is.
Yeah, but he's holding that against us. When that's our victory shout.
I don't care what he's saying.
Exactly,
I don't care what he's saying. Yeah.
It's our victory shout, and he's holding it against us. Why do I got to give you answers?
Right, but look, this is exactly how. So he's like, okay, so you're not answering any questions. I am about direct measurements.
Yeah,
exactly. Yep.
Relative to the topic matter. Yeah, not gravity. That's got nothing to do with it. So
I shared this citation. I shared this measurement. I shared my experience and what I measured specifically versus telling you what my friends have done. So I'm telling you what I'm telling you. What do you like? They get so confused because they want to tell you have a nothing burger while trying to preach to you that it was a globe all along. And I'm not going to let you do that to me. I'm not going to let you do that to me.
So they're saying you have the nothing burger, but they have the nothing burger. And they're saying you have a nothing burger. You don't want to answer any questions. That's why you say Earth is measured flat. So you just throw the measurements out. You don't answer any questions, Eli.
But when you go back to when they say you don't answer any questions about what? Well, for example, about gravity. Well, I asked you, what did it have to do with measuring the Earth flat? Exactly. It goes back to absolutely fucking nothing.
Thank you. That's what I was saying. If you strip it down to the bone.
Hold up. I can't let that one go. It does have something to do with the Earth being measured flat. The conceptual dynamics of gravity are completely dependent upon an inertial plane.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
That's why I asked you.
Hold on. But Nathan just gave another answer for that and said, like, I kind of like lean on what Eli's saying, so I don't have to get into all of that other nonsense by saying, what does that have to do with Earth being measured flat?
No, but if they say what John says, my job is over because I now realize that you already know what I know. So the conversation still ends.
And that's why
how you going to tell me?
No, they're not going to say what John says.
But
sorry, John. Go ahead.
That's if they understand gravity as a force, that is part of the rhetoric. It is only applicable to an inertial plane. They know that. I've had them say it to me, and I just didn't catch it.
That's why when I posed the question, I asked John for that answer that I was waiting for you to finally come out and say, and Eli, because we were on the same page with his girlfriend, and Nathan. I know how Nathan strips it down. You strip it down to the bone.
Yeah, but Nathan flipped on us. I thought Nathan was going to give that answer.
Neil, let me finish. The reason why I was saying that, because when you strip the whole thing down to the bone, to the first grade, to elementary, this whole thing is about
is the earth flat or is it a globe? All of that bullshit for why they think it's a globe and believe it's a globe and all that stuff we wasted our years and time arguing about why it's flat because of the Admiral Byrd and the ice wall and all. Now we got our thing stripped down to it's measured flat. End of story. The bone is stripped. There's nothing else. It's substantiated, irrefutably, indubitably. It's done. So that's why I threw the gravity thing, all that other junk and everything. Then John interjected and said, I'll even add a little bonus to it. You still have to measure to be able to argue your. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Well, see, the thing is, right, when I was having the conversation with the guy that said that, he didn't say it exactly as I just did. He said that curvature and motion are not accounted for in descriptions of gravity. You like it? Negligible.
But he's not saying Earth's measured flat for gravity. He's saying there's no account for curvature when I describe gravity, which is kind of saying the same thing. But I can see how you wouldn't pick up on it, because he's saying I wouldn't have to account for curvature when I describe gravity with a flat Earth measurement. He just didn't add the last bit, did he?
See, and that's where that's that cognitive dissonance right there. Well, I guess it's not cognitive dissonance technically, like not yet. But it's like you're sitting here, you understand that what you're dealing with is a plane, but your mind is saying, but that's only because that's the only experience I can have, although it's still a globe. That's crazy.
It's only crazy because that's the way we were schooled. Right?
But it's almost impossible to tell someone that. Like, that's the reason that it's hard to tell people that they're being lied to. It's something about it. It's like, no, actually, I'm telling you the truth and it's right in your face. And they're like, I don't get it. You're saying the sky is blue. I don't get it. And I'm like, no, it's that simple. The sky is blue. Look, see? That's it. And they can't wrap their mind around it. Well, just like they can't wrap their mind around the Earth is measured flat. Well, what do you mean? Well, look at this trick that they're doing when it comes to landing a plane. I don't understand what you mean. Yeah, you do. But I'll give you a couple days to think about it and I'll walk away. Like that deep. You can't tell me you don't understand that. You just don't want to. And I'm not going to argue you down for it.
Exactly. It's trigonometry. What don't they understand, Eli? And that's why when Nathan said yes, that answer my question was there is going to be total, always existing residual of convoluted understanding about concession to the flat Earth, but the existence of everything in the sky being speculative and feast of nonsense. Because even if you prove that it's infinite, all the way across, plane, indefinite, not journeyable. I mean, we can't navigate it yet because man hasn't been on Earth long enough. Whatever you want to call it, why we can't go as far as we want to. Going east, west, north, south, horizontal, consistent, as Jin says. The point is that, like we always say, what up there got to do with what's measured down here? That's where the residual convolution will always exist as far as even the movement of, let's say it's immobility here, no movement. Stationary, immobile, sure. But up there, it's moving and it's space up there. And did or did they not land on it? All of those arguments of that feast of nonsense will continue above the clouds. And that's where I was saying with your son, as far as the Bible, the only thing that I know of that can probably negate that is the firmament argument for any person that considers himself a Christian and Bible interpreting person would understand that, okay, now you have to rule that out. There is no space because you can't go beyond the firmament, okay? But I'm saying the convolution will always exist above the plane, always.
I tell you what, I went into, I'm going to say the name of the server. I'm not going to give them any props for what they did, but it was a flat Earth server. It was about 3 or 4 years ago. I went in there and I brought up, I tried to talk to them about my, measurement. And they told me not only that they didn't care, but it was irrelevant to the conversation. Right? And it was more important to talk about how it's not a globe. That, that's what that's what they told me.
They just want to sniff their own thoughts. Like,
you hit it right in the head, man.
Going to the measurements is an example of Occam's razor. It's the simplest explanation, and it's one that was skipped past all these years. So why bring up all the nonsense?
Yeah, and it's not even an explanation, it's a measurement. Right?
Well, it's the basis for everything.
It's the basis of everything that was put forward. But even though you put that down, the clientele that's going into that server are coming in, like I said before, with all their beliefs and everything else. Now, you don't want to entertain that. I understand that. The guys that are in there, they want to entertain that and actually help them relieve them of their beliefs. That's what's going on. Okay? So it's not wrong. It's not a crime. They're not slowing down flat Earth.
Well, they are when they say
No,
to
they're
John,
not. They're not
wait a
at all.
second, let me finish. When they say to a guy that comes in and wants to talk about measurements, that's not important or it's not relevant to the conversation, that's dead wrong. I'm sorry. We're talking about the nature of reality.
Did I say that or put that forward as an idea? I didn't, did I? I said to you, if you heard me clearly, that even though that may have been mentioned, they may have to elaborate some more because people are coming in with other questions. And if they want to entertain those questions, which you people seem to call a feast of nonsense, that's what they want to do. Like I said, they're not going to.
Right, I got that, but I understand that.
Where did you come out with what you said? What you said didn't correlate with what I said.
You forget, making me forget because you keep talking. They said they didn't even want to entertain it. It's not relevant to the conversation.
I didn't say that. Those words never came
I didn't
out of my
say
mouth,
you
Neil.
said that.
Oh, right.
Talking about the server he was in, Jin. Everything is not about you. Now, when someone comes in with the measurement and is told that's irrelevant to the conversation, when the conversation is globe flat, that's a problem. And that will stop progress.
Yeah, especially if a so-called flat earther who's actually anti-globalist makes
The flat earth server.
Right, exactly. I agree 1,000%. But I don't think Jim was saying, I think Jim might have been saying, but like what I was saying, we can all come to an agreement, not come to an agreement, we can all bow down and bend the knee to the measurement, but still talk about that other bullshit.
Well, see, that's the reason that I started playing remember when I was playing what was it, the game where I'd tie everything to the radius, and like for you to formulate the argument, you need the radius, but the radius has been debunked. And then it was like connecting every housekeeping question through that. That's when I started doing that because I said back then, I'm going to burn the feast of nonsense to the ground.
Can't burn it though.
Yeah, that's going to say you took the words out of my mouth, man. It's still alive and kicking because there's so many millions, billions of people carrying those what you call piece of nonsense, which I call
entertainment
beliefs. No, wait a minute, beliefs that they need to be relieved of. Okay, because they're going to come in and dump him on your lap, and then you're going to have to wade through it if you want to. If you don't want to, you don't. I don't mind because it's helping them to understand the mechanics of their beliefs, and then they realize. And then you bring them round to. Can you see how now we tell you it's been measured flat and utilized flat for eons? Do you get it now? Yeah. Okay. You see, there's a psychology involved.
I
and you've
get
got
it
to
now.
use it.
I totally get it now. I get it now. Totally get it. People want to be the intellectuals. They want to be the one to tell them how the feast of nonsense is all garbage when it's just a measurement. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah,
their own
and it's
part.
not intellectual either, because that's not the point. The point is, because I always put myself in their shoes. I was confused and carrying beliefs like you did. So, and now I'm able to tell you that my mistake is the same mistake you're making. So I'm in your shoes. I'm not better than you. I'm not more intellectual than you. That's not the position. The position is of informing, coach, and encouraging to get them off that belief.
When you put yourself in other people's shoes,
well,
careful
me-
you don't get athlete's foot.
Yeah, I'm very, very soon. Very soon.
For me, like, here's the thing. Like, only you can prevent forest fires. I'm sorry. The feast is nonsense. Like, Jen will hear it all the time, right? Like, if I'm in a room, like, here's what has to happen in order for you to have a shorter conversation. You have to listen a little longer. Okay? So I let someone say what they say. You know, I got 10 flat earthers jumping in trying to go, oh, no, let me respond to that. Let me respond. And I'm just saying, shut the F up every 2 seconds, right? So I finally get the guy to the point that I want to get him, which was he said everything he wanted to say. I didn't say anything. Because the more I talk, the more he's going to reset, the more he's going to restart, the more he's going to feel he's unheard, the more he's going to have to explain, the more of the feast of nonsense justification I'm going to have to listen to. So the more I shut up, they just get their point out, and then I make a very concise point after that. And it's usually silence. Am I met with a lot of arguing, Jen, or am I met with
No, you're
That's
met
a
with
good question.
silence. I didn't think of that. Yeah, that's interesting. That kind of thing. Yeah, always.
So when
I'm
Nathan,
never fighting with these people.
No, you're fighting us.
so when Nathan
Yeah.
cut Buck Sodbuster off, you don't think that was justifiable? I'm just asking a question. The other day, because Buck Sodbuster came in and immediately went to measurements with the Lite. Should Nathan have let him carry on and on and on and on?
Well, Nathan is in a funny position because you're gonna talk to people who are going to talk to you all day, just like a grandma. You're like, all right, grandma, gotta go, gotta get off the phone, and they're like, okay, I'll talk to you later. Yeah, this Saturday, and it's a whole nother conversation. Like what Nathan does is he shuts the conversation down and then lets the guy get back in, and it saps the energy of the whole show. I've already told you guys I hated that. He doesn't have to kill him again and again and again. He needs to realize when he has to stop. So if someone's not listening or somebody's not really trying to engage with you, you have to end it because they're telling you they can't intellectually go further than this moment. They're just going to repeat it.
Did you see the show the other day with Buck? Were you here?
I missed it.
All right, so you're missing that. Go listen to the show. And he deserved to get cut off at the knees right when he did because he's the one that brought up his measurement with a Lite. So I kind of agree with Nathan there. Cut him right off.
Now, Neil, speaking of that, when I first got on board here, and I told you where I came from, and another big server that has multiple rooms of every topic you could think of, including flat Earth, whether it's as good as anything else. There used to be a thing where you had your mic just like here, but you had to raise your hand to speak.
Eli, go on mute.
Yeah, go on mute, Eli.
I got it.
Yeah. When I first came here, before I understood how it worked, I had told you the server that I came from that was called the Clubhouse or something like that talks about all kinds of genres, all kinds of topics, political, everything, you name it. There was a microphone for the audience, and people that participated got a mic. There was a moderator, and you put a hand up, and then you'd be selected by the moderator when to speak. That way you can allow what Eli's saying to happen. However, they all told me here it's not like that. You got to cut them at the knees once they come out their face out of pocket so that they don't get away with trying to flood the audience with a bunch of bull crap, and then you have to collect all this stuff and remember what they said wrong, because that's another thing the technique is. Run your mouth, run your mouth, run your mouth. And if you don't jot it down, you're going to forget to attack the different points the person makes when you let them run off at the mouth. But some people have skill to do that. That's what most debates are, even in person. Person standing at the podium, they make their argument. They have a certain time. They do it in politics and everything.
Yeah, that's a political debate, though. But a flat Earth debate should be plain.
Neil, what you just did is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking. Could you please chill? It ain't just political debates, bro. I'm talking about debates, period.
Okay, what's a debate to you? Tell me what a debate is.
A debate is a different opinion or a different objective about a certain topic. It ain't got to be politics.
Okay, is there a debate about the nature of our Earth?
Neil, chill out, bro.
I'm asking you.
I'm not answering you because I was talking. What I'm saying to you is, irregardless, I'm telling you the technique of flat earth debate, flat ass debate, flat chest debate, flat head debate. I don't care what the topic is, it's a debate. So when I first came on board, I said to you, this is how I'm used to online only audio debates are done. Even in person debates are done. It doesn't matter what the topic is, politics or whatever. It's a debate. You don't debate just about politics. Debate about everything. Debate is that's an adverb or a verb that has to do with the subject matter. So all I'm saying is Eli's technique was the technique that I was used to. Let him talk, and then once you have the floor, they'll say, all right, I'll land on that and I'm done. Then you respond. Here, it's like what Nathan does. As soon as he catches you coming out your face lying or perpetrating a fraud, you get the guillotine right away. There's nothing wrong with that because you have to do that with Globers because Globers like to keep on moving around, navigating, flooding the audience with this bunch of nonsense. And then by the time you get to respond, you didn't forgot what they said the first minute to the 10 minutes they've been talking. So I get it. I see why it's here.
One small correction.
This was before, and Neil, I'm talking about. And Neil, I'm talking about this was before.
Let's just give D Rose one tiny little English correction. It's either regardless or irrespective. So not irregardless, because that's a double negative.
Sorry about that. And Neil, this was before we established that there was no debate about it. It's measured. It's a fact. We're talking about when I first came on board, nobody was knowing that it was. We were still thinking it was a debate. So understand what I'm talking about and think of the perspective we're talking about. Before 2017, now we're 2026. Of course, it's not a debate now. But back then it was a debate, and that's how debates are done. You listen to the person, then you let them finish, and then you chew them up with your counter, with your rebuttal.
Can I answer now, please? It's fucking claim, support, and demonstrate in this topic.
And if somebody makes a claim before they get to support it and demonstrate, and they're chopped up because they made a claim that is a whatever y'all call it, non-sedentary, blah 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 blah, red bearing, all this stuff, then how do they get to go to the stage?
You don't. That's what I'm saying. We don't want this whole freaking. I give you 5 minutes to run diarrhea of the mouth.
I get it.
Make your claim, support it, and then demonstrate it. That doesn't happen here.
Right.
So what we do is we cut them off at the knees before measurement. It was cutting them off right as soon as they used the fallacy, which was immediately, right? Back then it was immediate. Now it's as soon as they use a flat earth, they get cut off right there because they're using flat earth to promote their globe. Why the freak would I allow anybody to go on?
Because in this show, where we've curated an audience, it's kind of okay to lily pad off of yesterday's news. So it's like, while we realize we do talk to new people and, there's a lot to go into that, typically we just treat people as people who are coming into the conversation at the level we're at now, because it's like you should have been paying attention, or if you haven't, well, this is what it is. On the street, though, people are exactly the same. So my thing is, I can't treat people on the street or treat my girlfriend at the time when she asked me what's underneath, or like I can't treat them the way I would treat them here. I don't even know if we should be treating them like that here. But what I'm saying is,
treating them like what?
Treating them like they should know better by now. when they've stopped learning since like 3. When it comes to this topic.
Yeah, man, it's we don't often agree this much, Eli, but it sounds like you and I are both losing our sympathy for these people, right? You're like, well, why should I give a crap about you? It sounds like you stopped thinking about age 5, so why should I care?
He said 3.
But that's exactly how I feel. And because that's how I feel, I kind of have to save my energy for the people that are going to go down screaming but are redeemable. If that makes sense.
And you got to remember, too, we have an hour show here, like in 24/7. That's 24/7. So you got all different types of people coming in all different times. Over here, the show's basically an hour.
Yeah, we don't get much of the show public actually coming in, which is something I'd like to have happen, really. But there you go. Eli's position is okay. Eli's position is fine.
If you cut my girl off, she doesn't give a damn what you said after that. Like, why are we acting like we could just cut people? Listen.
She's not going to understand, but why don't you explain? If you explain to them.
To us, we're correct. When someone comes in here, we're correct in shutting them down. The problem is only we know that. Like, they don't understand. There's just this intellectual weight of they're literally just thinking the way that they think. And we're telling them, no, that's wrong. No, they're not even allowed to get facts out. Like, we're like, no, you're thinking wrong. You can't even think like that. Let's back up 3 steps. And what I'm saying is people don't like that.
Give me an example. Like if your girlfriend came in, right? And she starts.
I'm just saying. Why do I have to get? That's the.
Well, anybody, one of your friends.
I'm saying we're all dealing with that. The fact that
I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. That's why I'm asking for an example. Like if somebody comes in, right, and they immediately start bringing up the measurements of Earth, and they say in celestial navigation, measuring an elevation angle, we use a theodolite, or for surveying, right? Nathan shuts them right down with the theodolite because what is the theodolite doing?
Oh, okay. Well, that's not an.
And he explains that to them. Now, how is that cutting them off at the knees where they walk away upset because they couldn't get their shit out? He's explained to them exactly what a theodolite is.
But that's a gremlin in the first place. Like, what are you doing interacting with that? That's my whole thing. It's like there's no winning that. Because my response to him is, well, first of all, like, what's your premise? Okay, I heard you. Theodolites aren't meant for that. Okay, they question me. Okay, pull up this page from this manual right here. This is why I'm saying that. Anything beyond that is not coming from my energy. You already have my back after that if you don't understand. So it's, again, like, okay, what's your premise? Oh, there's theodolites. No, that's not what they're used for.
And what I'm
That's it. It's not an argument. It's not a debate. It's not but that kind of person, they should already know what a theodolite is. And again, I'm going to give them grace by giving them that little page.
Yeah.
And that should be it. It should be it.
Yeah.
And if it's not it, you're a gremlin, and I'm not talking to you anymore. Yeah. Because I thought, how you going to tell me you're using binoculars, and I'm telling you, wait, you got to flip them around. That's why you can't really see anything, because you got them the wrong side. And they're arguing me down about something that simple. I can't. All right.
Yeah, but see, I use it the other way. I say that's used for measuring horizontal and vertical. So now, what are you doing here?
See, you already engaged their. You already engaged their.
Yeah, because he's using a flat Earth tool. So why am I going to let him go on? I'm going to educate him on what the tool is, and then let him know that he needs a flat Earth to even use it.
Yeah, but you're talking to a child with a gun who doesn't understand what's in their hand.
Well, what are you talking
So it's
about?
like,
This
why
guy
am I?
claims to be a surveyor. He's claimed
Who
to survey
cares?
Earth.
Who cares?
Right, who cares?
Kids claim that they're Superman all the time. Again,
Right.
Neil, you're talking to me about people that I don't respect intellectually, and trying to hold as much respect for the human race as possible. The best thing I can do for somebody is tell them you committed a logical fallacy. Therefore, I can't even engage in the conversation because we're just going to argue because you're
And
just not going to understand.
what about the audience?
When it comes to the theodolite, I'm doing what I'm doing. What I'm doing right now is for the audience. This is why I'm here. I feel like the audience should hear this. I feel like what I'm saying, the audience should be getting a download of.
All I'm saying is this: the same way this conversation in the last 2 minutes went back and forth, the rumpusing, whether the rumpusing is warranted because you're interjecting with someone who's thrown some garbage out there, it's still rumpusing. And what I'm saying to you is, other than FED, 24/7, whatever you want to call it, in the world of debates, whether it's on stage where people have paid tickets, I've been to debates. I've been to debates about Egypt versus this. I've been to debates, bro. I know how it gets down. And it ain't always about politics. But at the end of the day, you are supposed to duly note everything that your opponent says, let them finish, and then strip them apart after they speak. All the rumpusing and interjecting in between and causing the chaos and the moderator's gonna step in and be like, and is gonna interrupt it. I don't care what the topic is about. That's the point that I was saying.
Doesn't that? Sorry to interrupt you, but isn't that what becomes the conversation? Like, for example, I didn't watch it, but I'm assuming that that's what Nathan's conversation that Neil was saying happened yesterday or the other day. That's what happened.
I don't know.
The guy said that the Adalite is used for surveying.
What I'm saying is, if he would have taken the approach of, let me hear what you're saying, and the dude spoke for like 1 minute or 2 minutes, whatever, and at the end of that, I'm like, oh well, they're not used for that.
But they are.
That would have been the.
Hold on, but they are.
No, at some point, he's going to go outside of the use case for that too. And I'm not going to stop him and further increase the clock time. I'm in my mind, I'm like, please get to the point. Please get to the point. Knowing if I talk or say anything, that they're just not going to get. So they get to the point and I go, okay, it's not used for that. Versus, well, you're using it to measure horizontal this and that. And then they're going to go, no horizontal. No, everything is curved and bald. Oh my God. Like, no, I'm not doing any of that. That's not what it's used for. Yes, it is. Here you go. Bosh. Page 87 in this minute. No, it's not. Now
okay.
What?
A theodolite is an optical instrument that measures horizontal and vertical angles between 2 points. The instrument is fundamental in theodolite surveying, enabling surveyors to calculate distances, elevations, and coordinates with high precision. So it is used for that, but they will be needing a flat Earth.
All right. No, but listen,
You'll just tell him it's not the tool, and that'll anger him more.
Neil, but everything you just said is probably what a theodolite is used for. So there's nothing for me to say. I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah. What's your point? It can't, because if the point comes, this is how I know it's a globe, I'm going to go, where was that in any of this that you just talked about?
Oh, okay, I understand what you're saying.
So
I got you.
So again, I only said, where is that, 3 words, in all of this that we just read or talked about?
So you're saying because he's coming. So you're saying because he's coming from a globe, the theodolite is not used for that. I got you.
No, it's not that. It's that, like, the theodolite is what it is. But when they start saying, however they end up trying to tie it into a globe, that's the point where I'm like, okay, how you doing that? I didn't see that anywhere.
Right, on that note, I'm going to have to round out. So a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.